19. Check this is your even that may not
at that time. So
I know that you it's not coaching.
some of the same on a one-time exam traditional way. So I've always had actual and right at you. The right coach. This is learn. and then what can this connects up to my
or during
different people on. The ground are my job. It but we designed a in constructing our
You would, I'm still a huge something how many of
How do you build out? This generation and probably why pull that with the conversation. Because we coaching that can
Coaching me.
maybe it should have. Consideration of the view.
These are just a few to the
Of course, with the levels. Now, vicious. Extremely important. In
Barber.
To listen and speak
state. Twenty. Right? So there are no country. They want to because they in the assassinate I mean so people. They wanted somebody and jar. Present agents of none of them gave Khalistan movement. Supporting the Khalistan
pretty hard. Indian government doesn't do this, right?
No, absolutely. The very next day, Jay, the very next day, Sukha, equal leader as Nijar, he was killed. I mean, you Google Nijar and you see him standing with an AK-47. It's up on Google. Just Google him, Nijar, and you see him with the AK-47. Is he a plumber? I mean, what you're talking? It's very difficult to say that he's just a plumber. And war and gang war and this politics of killing, because Jay, a lot of funding is involved. There is a lot of profit which is being made. See, you can't say that I will carve out a Orthodox Christian state fictional name out of Texas. I want it. Somebody sitting in Australia will say, I want something out of Texas. Or it can't be done. I mean, you can't say, okay, I can't do that. Because that's a fully functional state with a democratic, and it's going as a federal, under the federal government. There is a lot of machinery involved. How can you carve it and give it? Already a state called Pakistan has been carved out of India during our independence. After that, it's a fictional motivation that is kept in front of youth. They're given a lot of money for it. And this extremism is jingoism, in which you feel that maybe I can take part in it, but it's not possible. I told you, issuing passports and currency of a fictional state, it doesn't make any sense.
No, so what I get is that there's an undercurrent of racism with Trudeau against, and maybe others, in Canada, who just don't like India, period.
Yes.
And this is a way for them to express that racism. Surrey in British Columbia is largely Indian, all kinds of Indians, not just Sikhs, but all kinds of Indians. And it suggests to me that Trudeau made a huge mistake here, a series of mistakes. Would you agree that his public statements and his actions on behalf of the Canadian government were a series of mistakes?
Absolutely, yes. Emphatically, yes. Because Jay, he is making the biggest mistake of his life by thinking that this Khalistani Sikhs make up the entire Indian population. Khalistani Sikhs do not make up even the Sikh population. I mean, Sikhs are the ones who have given their lives for our country. They are integral part of Hindu culture, Indian way of life. It's never, you cannot separate a Hindu and a Sikh. They're together. I mean, there is no distinction in our style of praying, our style of eating, our style of living. It's the same. There is no difference. And see our army, and I told you the person who thwarted the movement in Khalistan, in Punjab, or Khalistan movement in Punjab was himself KPS Gill, given the highest honors in India. Sardarjis are respected with a lot of, they are cherished in Indian society. And the gurus, we have the gurus which are revered amongst the Hindu community itself. So there is no distinction. But Trudeau is thinking there is such a massive support for the Khalistani movement that he can get away with this. But he doesn't understand. He's putting our Hindu population itself at risk over there. The rest of the population who are not supporting the Khalistanis are at risk. Now you see, they have these yellow flags. They take the tricolor and they kick it around. They hit Modi's effigies. So this kind of extremism is uncalled for. But you see, on the opposite side of the road, you will see Indians with tricolors trying to say that, no, we support India. Khalistan is a separatist movement. It's a full stop on that. You can't say that separatist movement is good or separatist movement is bad. A separatist movement which has itself with extremism and violence is never good.
In part, the press has created this because it's a sort of it's reminiscent of what happened to Khashoggi in Istanbul a few years ago. And in that case, Saudi was clearly responsible that BMS organized it, and they killed Khashoggi at his instructions. And that pretty much has come out. And although Trump, bypassed that and forgave him, is that it's clear that Saudi did that. So the press is reminiscing on what happened in Turkey with Khashoggi. Furthermore, there's been all this criticism of the police. Now, this assassination took place on June 18th of a year ago. And it was looking under the hood, and there were those people who had an agenda, and they were trying to make, a claim that the police were burying this, and the police did not respond, and the police did not investigate. So you get a kind of reminiscence of the American issue about how the police are at fault for failing to investigate. I think the press makes much more of that than they should. I haven't found anything to suggest that the RCMP or the Surrey police are trying to bury this, but the press is making that connection. So what you have is a whole bunch of factors that are leading Trudeau who make a big thing of it, and that makes it political, doesn't it? He's doing this to satisfy some political group that is trying to animate the issue. Am I right?
Right, Jay. Now, Kashmir had a personal agenda with Salman. He's a monarch over there. Modi is a pan-Indian member of 1.4 billion people who have popularly voted him into power. And Nijar had no personal enmity with Modi. There was no one-on-one with Modi to equate Khashoggi's murder with Nijar's killing. There's a big gang war between Nijar's people and the opponents over there. The Goldie Brar, Lawrence Bishnoi, these are the names who are the gang war people, rival gangs. You can't involve a prime minister who is democratically elected and present him to be an authoritarian, because he's not. He has been popularly elected by 1.4 billion people. Majority democracy at its best, at its peak. I mean, people have accepted him. People have chosen him. He works for the people. Nijar has no personal vendetta with Modi, that Modi will order agents of the government to go and kill him. NIA, the National Investigation Agency, declared him a terrorist in 2000, went to the Interpol there and got him declared. He was declared by the Interpol. He was declared a terrorist by the Interpol. So when Justin Trudeau talks about rule of the law and rule-abiding states and order of the world, he should understand India is one who follows the rule-based global order. It has never gone outside the global order. And Jay, this happened in June. Trudeau was in Delhi a couple of weeks back. He spoken to Modi, but you know the tantrums that happened with Justin Trudeau. It gives a big sign of his nervousness. He was allotted the allotted for his contract, and he was given the presidential suite. He refused to take the presidential suite, and he said, "I want a smaller room. I don't want in the presidential suite." But the diplomatic logistics, they had given bulletproof glass and the necessary brickbats about welcome, but he refused it. And then when his plane broke down, he stayed an extra 2 days in India. Now a head of state who has got 2 days to while away in India, when Modi offered him Air India One to go back, he refused. And it shows a lot of disrespect. It shows a lot of distrust.
Well, where we are right now is that the low ebb.
Yes.
Diplomatic relationship, the national relationship in Canada and India. I never would have thought this would happen. I would have thought they got to get along, appreciate, understand each other, not attack each other this way. So we've examined how Trudeau made mistakes in terms of dealing with this and his public statements about it and his actions about it. But what about Modi? I mean, is he responsible for the decline in the relationship between Canada and India? Is there anything else he could have done better to avoid this low ebb that we have now?
In this case, Jay, Justin Trudeau made the statement. Justin Trudeau withdrew the diplomats and he issued the travel advisory. 3 aggressive moves by Justin Trudeau. And India has not done anything aggressive against, just given a tit for tat and issued an advisory that we will not issue any visa to the Canadians. And these OCIs which are given, you know why? Because
Isn't that a little over the top?
no, I'll tell you why. Because I'll tell you why. Because these people are capable of assassinations, sensational assassinations. Because they need to grab headlines, they need to grab media attention. So now, fueled by the support of a Canadian government premier, they are going to send people who will try to come in and create havoc with bombings, hijackings. So the entry of people in this phase has to be very, very prominent. Otherwise, it's a security hazard to India itself, because we have so many people going and coming in. Now, who will come in after this are going to be fueled by anger, by vengeance. They want to see something sensational happen. And Justin Trudeau has just given the right amount of gasoline to light up such a fire. So, yeah.
So how is this going to play out? Well, right now, we have a fire burning in terms of international relations, and even assuming that that the fire was started with, or Trudeau poured, gasoline on it to make it burn ever brighter. Can't Narendra Modi do something to cool the situation, to resolve this tension, to explain to Trudeau and the people, that this is not an appropriate conclusion to make, and it's not appropriate in terms of diplomatic relations. We in the West can afford to have Canada arguing with India. India can afford to be arguing with Canada because Canada kind of represents the West. So what can we do to pull this off?
Modi did the thing that he could, that he has taken over the land that they own in India. He has not done anything offensive against Canada. Now, but Trudeau has done something directly pointing fingers at the government of India. Modi in no words has said that this is the government of Canada. Has one statement, one line coming from Modi? No. Because you have Justin Trudeau repeating his statement, backing his statement. Where is the credible evidence? I mean, there are two words which is very basic, and they have to give the credible evidence before you point out at a country. And of the West, I mean, right now, everybody has independent relations with each other, but Canada trying to garner the support of the other 5 states, because Australia has faced a Khalistani movement in Australia, but they have cornered it very well. They bring it in control. Rishi Sunak, UK, they had cornered the Khalistan movement in UK. But Trudeau refuses to touch the Khalistan movement. Acceptable that he is refusing. Ignore it. Ignore it. But don't support them. When he supports it, he is going against the Indian government because it's a separatist government against the government of India. So, he is taking very direct action. Trudeau is taking uncalled for. It's non-diplomatic. First is non-diplomatic to talk about a country like that agents of the country, I mean, he could not make out a Jewish person. We gave a standing ovation to a Jewish Nazi, Jewish slayer, a Nazi who has thousands of Jews. I mean, he did not vet information about the Nazi who has a big part in the Holocaust. So, I mean, he doesn't know he speaks. So this kind of...
Well, he still seems young, relative to Pierre, still seems young. But,
Pierre was very mature when...
Is the press in Canada explaining this to him? Or is the press also pouring fuel on the fire?
Pierre Trudeau was very mature when he made the decision not to extradite Parmar that time. He caused the assassinations. And Trudeau is also a mature man. He knows what he should do, but vote politics, everything. I mean, at one point of time, you understand that this man is not thinking a lot before he speaks. He's causing a lot of problems, there was a G20 which happened, global meet that happened. He could have easily raised it in a bilateral. In October, Canada has a big trade agreement meeting with India. He could have raised it one-on-one that time. There are many avenues to raise this issue, but to raise it in this cannot be just nullified as immaturity. There is a lot of thinking to it because he is pleasing Jagmeet Singh. He's pleasing the Khalistan movement, thinking that they will support him. But Khalistan is not India. Khalistanis are not Sikhs. And Sikhs are part of India. Khalistan is not a part of India. Khalistanis can never be a part of India.
Well, I hope that cools off soon, but something that we talked about a few minutes ago troubles me, and that is, this is not just between India and Canada. India is part of BRICS. And there's this whole movement in the world going on about dividing, the East and the West. And you and I have talked about that before. And so the question is, where does the U.S. and allies in Europe, for example, fit on this? Where are they going to support Trudeau, however right or wrong he is? Or are they going to support India? And are they going to get involved in the public conversation about it? Or are they going to let these two guys duke it out? Are they going to let this movement run rampant over Western Canada? Uh, are they going to get involved in some kind of belief, or are they treating that as the global divisiveness that is growing among nations?
Yeah, Jay, the immediate reaction of the Indian government was that Justin Trudeau's statements are absurd and motivated. And US said that we will wait out for the investigation to happen, and India will do the interrogation or whatever they want. And nobody refused. There's been no refusal from India to say that we will not be part of an investigation. But show us where we have to be part of. That was the statement. Australia, UK refused to come in. Australia and UK refused to come in between this. So the Western countries are taking it on the prima facie, or rather they're taking the history into account, and they are keeping the hands a little bit away from Trudeau right now for supporting Trudeau, because just by using words like rule of the law and order-based system, these are not words you can use in front of the world's largest democracy, which has functioned very impeccably for as long as it's existed. I mean, show a record where you have seen India go into violence in another country. We have faced wars inside our country, but we have never gone and, attacked any country. So this kind of talk that India is the history sheeter in assassinations or anything is absurd, really absurd. And in a matter of 2 weeks, he's up, China is up, Russia is up, India. I mean, what is he trying to do? He's trying to divide East and West. What is he trying to do? So getting Zelensky into Canada, who martyred so many Jews into the House of Commons and giving him standing ovation twice. A convoy to support Zelensky, which is larger than Biden's convoy. I mean, he was the one who requested Modi he insisted that Zelensky be part of the G20. But the G20 was such a big agenda this time. They wanted to resolve it. They wanted to, there were already so many invitees. So, and the statement was unanimously passed. So getting Zelensky could have caused a bit of hustle in that. So they refused his insistence. And he made it very clear that he was not accepting of the G20. He was very grumpy the whole time. If you see his videos. So, I mean, Justin Trudeau was carrying a grudge against India for a very long time. He needed to vent it out, but he vented it out by supporting extremist, violent, highly dysfunctional movement, which is not Indian, which is not Sikh, and which is not supported by anybody. He's putting life of Hindus, Indians who are not Sikh in Canada at risk. And Canada's biggest income of skilled Indian labor and students is definitely going to be closed.
Well, the problem is that, the racist genie is out of the box.
Yes.
The statements he made will linger. Whatever happens in this investigation, and I suspect the investigation is going to go nowhere.
No,
but the stain it leaves on the relationship of Canada and India and the East and West, for that matter, is an ongoing problem. And you're right, Putin is happy to see this kind of devices. So that means that you and I have to follow this.
Yes.
There are implications to come. There are solutions, hopefully, in the wings, and you and I will examine them going forward. Thank you so much, Rupmati. Rupmati Kandaka, our reporter that covers global issues and so well. We'll see you next time soon, Rupmati.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very, very much. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the U.S., and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of this while supporting day-to-day reliability in time to come. Microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could easily fit buildings for the It's something the Office of Electricity is on. Our micro research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs and organization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including the lab, industry, and trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is an energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key for remote communities and resources needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid control, these systems will optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulation, value, and security need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program with support from the Department of Energy's National Laboratory, with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Grid controls support real-time grid needs. And operate microgrids fulfill requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration attacks the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does it make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is rocker. We would all be better off if all gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, No, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my the issues they've had. What really goes through my mind is that we create an entitled population of people that come alive. 200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money is used for some beautiful locations, stand urban, but it's still with enough elbow grease, a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have new clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle setup, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than we thought, you know. All of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be protected, it's very tough to see. We need to keep it activated so that these situations can't happen in the future.
We have to first start it, and then we need the community vision. What really is the best use of this? Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome. But environment, we are streaming more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of some beach nourishment, I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put, returning, and it turns into chaos once again.
being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit, to see the fun up after people.
Aloha and welcome to Books, 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 where we discuss reading and writing and everything in between and beyond. I'm your host, Dr. Rita Forsyth, coming to you from Maui on the ThinkTech Network series, broadcasting from our studio in downtown Honolulu. The title of today's episode is Between the Sea and Sky. Joining me is Dr. Donna Binkovich, Professor of American History at Cal State Long Beach. Welcome, Donna.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for being here. Well, now your book, fascinating book, Between the Sea and Sky, the saga of my Portuguese American family in upcountry Maui, is personal to you, isn't it? You were born and raised on Maui, a descendant of Portuguese immigrants. What inspired you to write the book?
Yes, well, you know, for me, it's a very familiar story, but you know, I found that as I've moved around other places, people were surprised to hear that I'm from Hawaii and that I'm Portuguese, and they want to know more about how there are Portuguese people in Hawaii, and you know, why my ancestors would have moved from islands in the middle of the Atlantic to another set of islands in the middle of the Pacific. And I just wrote the story partly for my own interest, right, to write about my family history, but also to inform people about the history of Hawaii and a group of people there as immigrants that many people don't know very much about.
It's interesting that, like you say, you move from one set of islands to another set of islands. From originally.
It was several generations back.
Yes.
I'm a fifth generation coming from that first generation that arrived in Hawaii in the early 1880s.
Wow. And I really appreciate that your book is a mix of history, which what we've been talking about, and storytelling, kind of a fictional, non-fictional, historical fiction, multi-generational family story, isn't it?
Yes, it ended up being a blend of different kind of writing. I'm a historian by trade, so it certainly is a history, and that was one of the things I wanted to do, was write a history of this group. But it also took me in some different directions, right, in terms of trying to really tell the story in a way that was accessible, right, to a wider reader audience, in a way that would attract people's attention to the personal stories. So I really focused on, as I go through the generations, I focus on the women who were strong women characters who helped keep the family together and, you know, set up the communities here in Hawaii. And I told the story sort of from their perspectives. And, you know, I had done a lot of research, of course, right, on what this experience was like, and read lots of great stories, many of which from the University of Hawaii, from the ethnic studies program there. So even though I'm writing sort of a fictionalized account in some places, I'm putting words in their mouth and I'm you know, bringing them alive. I wanted people to sort of feel what that time was like and what their experiences would have been like. So that's one of the reasons I chose to use some of that creative writing element, right, as well as the history.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, I can't wait to get and dig deeper into all of those elements. But before we do, I was wondering if you would read a little bit from your book.
Sure. Let's see. I picked up a little bit of a passage. I'll skip over some of it a little bit, but this is a section of the book that's part of the that I learned a little bit about while I was doing my research, and that's exactly what their arrival on Maui would have been like. So, of Margarita, her children arriving on Maui. It says here, between 1877 and 1888, over 11,000 Portuguese immigrants arrived in the islands. For Margarita and her children, the view from aboard the steamer nearing Kahului Harbor encompassed Spreckles' sugar operations in the heyday of modernizing sugar mill production, rail transport, right, and a harbor extension. Francisco and his brothers took in the scene with awe. Look at that, Antonio pointed to the steamer puffing from the locomotive as it made its way toward the harbor. Is that where we'll work? He asked Francisco. Perhaps. It looks like the sugar mill, he said, but we'll be working in the fields to start. Oh, I would like to see those machines up close and work in the thick of it when I'm able, said Antonio. But then he looked back as the ship kept moving east. Why are we not going to the harbor? Francisco watched as the ship slipped past, and they continued sailing east. Strewn sandy beaches slipped by, rocky shore fronts loomed higher as their vessel moved closer towards the land. The boys watched silently as they slowed near the mouth of a gulch and anchored there. Tall rocky cliffs surrounded by a small rocky beach with a stream emptying into it. Out of Maliko Bay rode two small boats to meet them. They weren't heading for the larger Spreckles Sugar Company, but farther up the mountain slopes to A&B's expanding plantation. Come on, all of you, the crewmen yelled in Portuguese. Bring your things along. This is it. Who among you can swim? What? Cried Margarita. You mean for us to swim from here? What about the children? And I cannot swim. He said, little one ride in the boats. Right? Women can get in the boats with them or with the sacks, and the men will swim alongside or hang on. Hurry up now. So the passengers gathered their belongings and queued up, some with their eyes wide as they watched the men lower their things into the rowboats that pulled up alongside. Now the ship had stopped and it bobbed up and down in the waves. Salty ocean waters splashed up into the rowboats, also bobbing alongside and not always in unison. Once the men had stacked the bags into the boats, they reached up to help the women and children. Teresa went first, over the side, down the rope ladder, and into the arms of the boatmen. She sat on the bags and watched her sister, Moggy, climb over, and they looked up to their mother with a mixture of excitement and dread that filled their expressions. Margarita lifted her skirts and slowly made her way down the side of the heaving ship, her cheeks growing rosy as she released her billowing skirts and her modesty to grasp the ladder more tightly. In her mind, the 2-minute descent stretched much longer until she too settled within the little boat. I'll skip forward a little bit here. Next came the men. Right? Many of the Portuguese men had learned to swim back in the Azores. Some had been fishermen and sailors themselves. Fewer farmers had taken to the water, so Francisco had. He climbed down, jumped into the sea, and swam to the front of the rowboat and hung on. Your turn, João. The ocean is warm here, warmer than in Ponta da Costa. He laughed. It'll be like a baptism before entering our new home. Don't be sacrilegious, his mother called. God forgive him his disrespect. And she looked up toward the sky as the other boys followed their brother down. The small rowboat turned toward the shore, and with several men swimming along and the waves pushing them forward, it took a little time to approach the beach. The men pulled the boat in close and helped the women out. At last, they had arrived on Maui.
Wow, what an ordeal, what an adventure. So Margarita came with all the children?
Yes, that's part of the story. It was, that her husband had gone off to go and find work and died. So they found, they were left, her and her 8 children in the Azores, of varying ages. But, the youngest, not the oldest son. The oldest son, I think, never arrived in Hawaii. He stayed in San Miguel in the Azores. But the second oldest son was 17 years old at the time. And he's the one who signed on with a sugar contract. And in those days, that would allow them to bring family with them. So he signed up as the contract worker and brought his mother and his siblings. So they all arrived on Maui in 1883 as part of that wave of plantation workers.
Unbelievable. Wow, what a story. So tell me the title, Between the Sea and Sky. Why that title?
I think it captures a few things that the story contains. And one is, of course, the place where they arrive and they live and set up in their community in Makawao on Maui, which is up the mountain. So, people would have seen Haleakala as reaching up to the sky. And of course, they came from the ocean, sailing halfway around the world to arrive in Hawaii. And here they are living right between the shores of Maui, right, and the mountain on the top. So that's the sort of in-between place geographically. But I think also for Margarita, it was between sort of her old life with her husband in San Miguel and, what she imagined would someday be her place in heaven with him again, right? And then the thing I think this title kind of captures is the relative place of Portuguese immigrants, right, in the broader sort of ethnic communities, because while they were European, they certainly were not considered on par with, the Anglo or German Europeans who were running a lot of the plantations and businesses, and yet they were seen as sort of above, the Asian workers and the non-white people at the time. So they were, historians call sort of in-between immigrants at that late 19th century period. Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk more about immigration to the islands. And if we could start with King Kalakaua, during the time, I know you and I had chatted a little bit about this, the population of Hawaii was dropping and the king needed workers. So tell the story of what he did.
Yeah, I think the numbers are, something that speak for themselves. If you look at what happens in Hawaii, in the late 19th century, the Hawaiian population has dropped considerably. So if you look at the time that Captain Cook would have arrived in the islands in the late 1700s, there were nearly 700,000 Hawaiians in the islands. But by 1880, there were only 50,000 left. So that's an enormous drop, right?
And is that due to diseases that were brought into the islands?
Yes, that was a major factor, right? As Europeans arrived and foreigners brought in with them all kinds of diseases that, native populations had no immunities to. So you had, waves of epidemics and that sort of thing. And they really, diminished the population greatly. So the Hawaiian Kingdom was quite worried, right, about what would happen to Hawaii, right, as planters were starting to take off, the sugar industry was starting to take off, and yet the population force were decreasing. So King Kalakaua went on a tour around the world. In fact, the first monarch, right, to circumnavigate the world on a tour, in part to drum up interest in Hawaii and to bring immigrants and settlers. So one of the places he went was Portugal. And that would have been about the time that my great-great-grandmother's husband passed away, and they were trying to make some decisions about what to do. So King Kalakaua was instrumental, with his ministers in inviting Portuguese immigrants to come to Hawaii. And of course, many tens of thousands took them up on that. Mm-hmm.
And they stayed. A lot of the people that came over to work the fields didn't stay, but Portuguese stayed. Why do you think that is?
Yeah. Well, I think a couple of things. They were invited, by Kalakaua certainly as settlers, not just workers. So he wanted to have a population that would stay, that would help bolster the population of the islands and not have people that just came and went. Many of the other immigrants, and certainly the first big immigrant group before Portuguese were Chinese immigrants who came in to work for the sugar plantations. And a lot of them were young single men. So they would either intermarry with the Hawaiian population and stay, or they would leave. And what Kalakaua wanted was a population that would bring their families and stay, right? So the Portuguese sort of fit that bill. And they were interested because, there was a lot of poverty in the Azores at that time. A lot of them were farmers. They had some blights on their crops, and people were having a really difficult time in the Azores. So this was an opportunity, right, to find another way and go somewhere else. start over. I think many of them had hopes of maybe someday having their own farms, and this was really a way to do that.
Oh, I see. So they came over on the sugar contracts, but did a lot of them move into pineapple cultivation also?
Eventually, I would say this is one of the things I found surprising too when I was writing the book and doing my research is, I did all this research about the sugar plantations, and I certainly used that because that's where they started. But in my family, many of the men only served their 3 years, and then they went off and did their own home farms or ranches. And again, this was in part due to King Kalakaua and then Queen Liliuokalani, who wanted to encourage settlement. So one of the ways that they did this was to allow people to get land. And of course, that varied quite a bit. Most of the land was already taken up by the plantations, right? So a lot of the good farmable land was not available. But they would allow people to homestead essentially in properties, in this case on Maui, up the mountain. And what I found out in my family was that people did do that. They went off, kind of pooled their resources, purchased a homestead, and they would get cheaper land that was up on the mountain that was forested. Because it was forested, it was cheaper. So they would chop down the trees, clear the land for their own farms, and they became wood purveyors, right? Selling wood to the plantations so they could use it for the boilers.
Oh.
Yeah.
And wasn't that about the time of the New Deal, and people were also finding
kind of later,
a little later?
I mean, that was another element that I found was you come down in the generations, a couple of generations down, there were other kinds of work that came along. So first they sort of set up their own home farms and there were all kinds of different crops. Much of what they would have used on their own home for their families, but they also sold goods and traded with the local stores. And this is where the pineapple comes in, since you had mentioned that. Pineapple was just starting to take off in the 1890s, 1900, right? So one of the things that happened up country is a lot of the local people started to grow their own pineapple plots, and they would sell the pineapple to the canneries. And as long as pineapple was doing really well, which it was, in the 19-teens, 1920s, everyone did really well with that. And then when they hit the Great Depression in the 1930s, the planters in the plantation canneries stopped buying their pineapples. They would only use the pineapples from their own fields. So a lot of these people went bankrupt and had to go and do something else. And in fact, so two things happened. One is a lot of local people left the islands, or at least left Maui, and went to Honolulu to look for other jobs. Or people who had been working at the pineapple cannery left to go to Honolulu to work for the gold cannery because that one was still going. So we see this movement of population. It's also a time period when many Portuguese begin to leave the islands and come to California. So in the 1920s, 19-teens. But in the 1930s, when the Great Depression hits, a lot of people have lost their pineapple farms and are really sort of struggling again, right, with poverty and lack of jobs. The New Deal comes along, and a lot of these young men, especially in the upcountry areas, get hired to work for the CCC, right, the Civilian Conservation Corps, right, that hired young men to work in national park areas and forests, right. So a lot of these young men went off and worked in Haleakala. They built the trails, right? And they built the visitor center buildings, and they planted trees. And, there were so many projects on Maui. I was really surprised to see how much was going on in that period. It was really fascinating reading about what was going on up the mountain. But they were also building roads, right? They helped to build the road going up the mountain. They helped to build the Punane Airport, and many of the little roads and bridges on the island came from that New Deal period.
I wonder if some of the Hana Highway,
I'm sure that, yes.
look like they kind of came from that era.
Exactly.
And then I've heard that the Portuguese women were fantastic midwives.
Yes, that was one of the things too. My great grandmother was a well-known midwife in Microbial, and she became someone who served the community right in that way. I think that's a part of the story I wanted to tell in this book, because people sometimes forget about the women and the work that they did, not on the plantations, of course, but in the communities, right? And midwife was an important role, right, for the community, literally sort of bringing the babies along, and doing other kinds of sort of healing, work as well. Back in those days, the midwife used to go to the family and stay with them for a week, right? And take care of the baby and the mother and cook the food and do all kinds of things for them. So,
Well,
my mother used to say that her mother was always gone with everybody else's children.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it made a great contribution to Maui's growth.
Yes, literally.
And recipes. Your book has Portuguese recipes in there. Oh my gosh, that was exciting.
Yes, as I'm writing about the families and the family stories, certainly food is part of that culture that Portuguese brought to Hawaii. So put some recipes in there. So you can find things like Fidell's pot roast and malasadas and Portuguese bean soup. Those staples of the Portuguese community.
My favorites, yeah. I'm not Portuguese, but I love Portuguese food. We have a beautiful church up country, the Holy Ghost Church.
Yes.
It's just such a beautiful, unique, isn't it like an octagon?
It is. It's a unique church. It's an octagon shape. It was built again by a Portuguese community in Kula. In fact, all the churches kind of up country, from Kuau to Paia to Haiku, Makawao, and then Kula, those were all originally little Portuguese churches. And in Kula in particular, you really see the legacy of that, because you can go into that church today and they still have the Portuguese Stations of the Cross on the walls. And, those, imagine in those days, these poor immigrant communities raising money, right? They sold sweetbread and they had cattle auctions. And they did all that kind of things to raise the money to purchase and ship those Stations of the Cross and materials for the church from Europe, to the islands. Mm-hmm.
Amazing. I love your book. We can find it on Amazon, and it's also at the Museum.
Yes.
Shout out to your sister for that cover art. That is gorgeous.
Thank you. Yes, this is a family affair. I recruited my sister to do that little image for me and put that on the cover of the book. And I think it captures that look, right, of upcountry looking up towards the mountain.
Yeah.
And a lot of the really old homes in Makawao had those big pine trees next to them, so you could see where all the houses were.
I think are those Captain Cook trees? Captain Cook pines or something. I don't know.
Not sure about that.
And I'm very proud of you for self-publishing the book. That's an accomplishment.
Thank you. Yes, I was finishing the book up right as the pandemic was taking off, and it was a sort of difficult time to reach out to publishers. But it's not a traditional academic book, as my first book was. So I thought, I'll try to do something a little different with this. And, I went and did the self-publishing, basically had a lot of freedom to kind of do what I wanted and how to put the book together myself. And bring in my sister as the artist, and in fact my son, who did the little map of Maui for me, right? That's also in the book. And nowadays we have access to this self-publishing venue. I mean, there's certainly many of them, but Amazon is probably one of the better known and easily accessible. It's one of the reasons I chose that. But it gave me an opportunity to do something a little different, like I said, which is both a blend of history and sort of creative nonfiction. Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. What did I not cover? What did I forget to ask? What is anything else before we go?
Well, the other thing I would say is, the book, like I said, it kind of captures the history of the Portuguese and their arrival and the voyage itself. I think is a incredible voyage around the world. I can't imagine doing that myself, let alone back then. But, the things I really wanted to cover were the fact that the Portuguese came and helped set up, the sort of small farm upcountry areas, right, that we know as upcountry areas today. That they helped bring their Portuguese traditions and their Catholicism with them to the islands, and that they helped establish a more diversified agriculture, right? So not just sugar and pineapples, but other things as well. Mm-hmm.
Oh, very good. Well, that's all the time we have today. I want to thank Dr. Binkovich for being my special guest, our broadcast engineer, our floor manager, and Jay Fidell, our executive producer. A special mahalo to our underwriters, and thank you for joining us. Books, Books, Books will be back in 2 weeks. Until then, read, write, and create your world.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the step in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect the infected computer or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, what credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal law. Remember, most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. 12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology enhancements to address the root cause. Check any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him." Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of, what about, attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people, into oblivion, every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action.
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance.
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SCB Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. The disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies. and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Islamabad Today. I'm your host, Hamza Refat Hassan. Today we're going to be speaking about the startup culture in developing countries. When we talk about the developing world, it's a developing world which is extremely dynamic and fast-paced, and you do have a youth world as well. And young entrepreneurs often encounter challenges to their ability to try and make sure that they can make a meaningful impact as far as the globalized market is concerned. What are those challenges and impediments? That is exactly what we're going to be examining today. I have with me co-founder of Bramers, Mr. Badr Khushnud. Mr. Badr Khushnud, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you so much, Hamza, for inviting me.
All right, so tell us about the startup culture in Pakistan. I'm pretty sure that many American viewers would want what it's all about. And what is Bramers all about?
Sure, thank you so much. So startup culture in Pakistan is very, very different, technically speaking, from any developed economy, especially the US. And you know, we have a very different set of local challenges which need to be solved, which are very different than generally globalized challenges. And some of the fundamental challenges in the ecosystem are actually lack of presence of venture capitalists. There are a handful of investors locally who are now national investors as well. There are US companies now investing in Pakistan as well. But, earlier, just a couple of years back, there were no foreign investors. They were traditional investors, but not venture capitalist investors for startup ecosystem. And even the local ecosystem is still very nascent. So even if any startup or a founder has a good idea, scaling his or her idea is not an easy task, even today in Pakistan. But our fundamental set of challenges are very different than the US or any developed. For example, let me give you, by the way, I think one reason everyone would want to know why even Pakistan is important in this landscape. The reason Pakistan is important is because we are one of the 5th largest country by population. So there's a huge population of people, about 220 million people, and where almost 50% are below poverty line, who need socioeconomic improvement. And they impact the larger globe in many different ways. We are geopolitically placed in a very sensitive location, which most of us would understand. But we have very different challenges. For example, one stark challenge we have is that we are not a banked economy. Less than 20% of the population is banked. So 80% of the people still haven't ever seen a bank account, even a mobile wallet. So that's a big challenge. Until people and the economy is documented or banked, there is nothing documented. Hence, we have a cash-based informal economy. Hence, you can't make any policies. You don't have any data, which is significant. And that's a kind of a vicious circle we need to get out of. What we have is majority of the people do not pay direct taxes. And the stark figure here is that less than 1.5% people pay their taxes as a direct tax. So the government has to impose a lot of indirect taxes, which eventually impact the whole of the population, which means that the poor are burdened as well, in addition to the ones who can afford it. Then we have other challenges, like we were just talking earlier about the connectivity issues, power shortages, and power. When if we have the enough power production, we do not have very reliable distribution systems. So basic utilities, fundamentals, healthcare, education, access to healthcare, access to finance, access to capital, access to markets, infrastructure. There are tons of things where, from an average person's point of view, these are problems. From an sort of founder's perspective, these are challenges that can be solved. So people who are who have that vision, they are trying to solve one small step at a time. They're trying to pick one small problem and then trying to address it and solve it. So some of the key areas where startups have really explored Pakistan, the first one was mobility, where ride-sharing companies like Careem, Uber, all of them came in. Uber came in, of course, as an established company. Careem started as a startup and kicked off the rest of the Middle East. Correct. But their back office was mostly Pakistan, and one of the founders is Pakistan. So hence, you can partially say it was kind of, there was some element of Pakistan in that startup. Correct. So that was there. But then there were companies like Airlift, which really came to the news because they, just before COVID, they started ride sharing from a public transport perspective. But during COVID, they had to immediately pivot, and they completely pivoted to a new vertical, which was retail. So they wanted to then fix the grocery or the quick commerce part. And they did well, but eventually, because of some of internal issues, they and some of the unit economics issues, they eventually immediately abandoned the business. Although they, from a very consumer's perspective, they were really doing well, and this quality of service and the delivery and all of those were doing well. So sorry for a long answer, but Pakistan startup ecosystem still has a lot of opportunity in itself. We need more founders. We need more founders who are solving local problems. We need more founders who are creating products for the larger world. We need more investors from abroad, of course, who have experience in venture capital, who can explore this as large market population-wise and area-wise as well. We need more local, traditional, industrial investors to think more like a venture capital and start their venture arms. Some of them have already done that. We have some local industry conglomerates who have now started their venture arms and they're investing in local startups. We need a lot more early stage investors, which means we need more very small ticket size investors. Give the first kick to a reasonable idea and test the market quickly as a proof of concept. We need more mentors. We need more government initiatives. The most important thing we need, if you were to ask me, are the right government policies. We need incentives for startups in terms of tax benefits. We need more support. We need more curriculum in our graduating classes around entrepreneurship. We need to encourage people to create more jobs for us. So the mindset needs to be changed even at the higher education level as well. So But the landscape overall, just to give you a figure, in the last few years, Pakistani startups have raised, formally, they have raised about anywhere between $800 million to $1 billion overall, which is very, very small, globally speaking. But from a Pakistani perspective, that's a reasonable amount of money they have raised. And I think there's a huge opportunity. Some of them are doing well, and I think they need to now grow further. Some of them are in health tech, ed tech, which are very important, basic fundamental spaces. And I think there's a huge opportunity for new investors to come in and support other initiatives as well. Overall, if you look at the larger tech industry from Pakistan, last year, Pakistan's tech industry exports were around $2.6 billion. We believe, so this is the official documented figure from the Bank of Pakistan. We believe Pakistani companies are earning 3 to 5x more than that. But not all of that income is coming back into the country. So about 2.6 billion, and we believe that can be grown again significantly in multiples if the right policies are in place by the federal government. But just to give you the context, those exports are now the second highest exports after textiles in Pakistan's economy, and they employ about 300 to 500,000 employees right now, and we have about the same number of freelancers working as well, who are working for international platforms. The reason I make is that a lot of founders actually come from this background. They have some kind of a tech background, or they are doing freelancing, but they come up with an idea, they learn from larger base, and then they start developing their digital product, which is the easiest to do, and then they scale up. But there are some great initiatives which have helped the ecosystem largely as well. So there was an initiative by Ignite, which is under Ministry of IT, where they have the incubation center. So now Pakistan has about good 8 to 10 incubators in different cities across Pakistan. So you have proper formal startup incubators. Then there are private sector accelerators and initiatives where they are helping them as well. And there's a big move to bring entrepreneurial curriculum at the graduation and the undergrad level as well. So that's where we are right now in Pakistan.
Great. That's just fascinating. It just clearly shows that there's a lot of potential as far as the startup culture within Pakistan is concerned. I mean, you gave figures, 2.6 billion is a pretty impressive amount in general. When we look at, the economic quagmires that Pakistan is actually facing, the fact that the startup culture is actually producing something is considerable. Now, tell us a little bit about Bramers as well.
Sure. So, Bramers was born way earlier than the startup ecosystem kicked off in Pakistan. So, we have 3 friends, and the name Bramers comes from Badr, Amir, Zishan. We were in the market. We were professionally engaged with different organizations separately after graduation, but then we three thought that we should have as well. So this is dating back to 2006, 5-6, and we established a company, and we started actually from a servicing perspective. So we were doing online freelancing initially, very, very briefly, and we were servicing few international clients, and then we started servicing local clients. We were one of the first digital marketing agencies in Pakistan, which was Google certified earlier in the day, and then as soon as Facebook came in, we were also Facebook certified as well. So we used to work with both of these principles very, very closely. And over a period of time, we realized that servicing is very human resource dependent, very talent dependent in terms of if you want to scale, the more you want to scale in terms of servicing, the more resources you require. So we also ventured into products. So we have a couple of products. One is called Fishly, FISHRY.com. Fishly.com is an e-commerce platform for the emerging markets, especially focusing on early stage entrepreneurs, small businesses, and retailers who want to set up their own, who are focused on their own brand development. So we enable these brands and SMEs to set up their own stores online very quickly and easily. So the more important thing is easy, because we realize that these small businesses do not have dedicated IT or technology resources. So they need an easy to use platform, which has pre-integrated payments, logistics, everything. So we do that. So we power about over 100 plus local merchants in Pakistan. We are now looking into expanding that. We believe we have done the proof of concept and the product market fit. We now want to scale it to other emerging markets and the larger global landscape as well. Another product we have, which is more related to your larger ecosystem from a news publishing perspective, and that is Publisher, PUBLISHRR, not ERRR.com. So it's a content management system for news media companies. So we power a few dozen news media companies, the newspapers, their websites, and their mobile apps. So it's a tech stack which enables newspapers to publish their content, rich content, text, video, everything. Because we again realize that most of these news organizations, their core business is news and content creation and content aggregation. So they need cutting edge technology, and that's what we provide them, so that these websites do not go down when they get a breaking news or a high traffic content. And we help them then monetize that content as well. So we're into servicing, but we also have product ventures. So that's what largely Braemar is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you take a look at news agencies all across the world, I think going digital is the way to go these days. And when you talk about going digital, it's also important to target that segment of the population, which is considered to be the youth bulge, especially in the developing world, who are less concerned about, sitting in front of the television and more concerned about making sure that they could, just read a quick 2-minute report from an app or from, from YouTube for that matter. So I think the fact that you're actually facilitating this is quite an achievement. Now, Badr, when we talk about, I just want to come up with this, this preconceived notion that is actually shared by many Western analysts who believe that serious impediments do exist for startups in countries such as Pakistan. How much is this true, and how much of this is a fallacy?
So yes, absolutely. There are innumerable impediments for startups in countries like Pakistan. And I'll tell you one fundamental reason for that, if you were to pick one. Yeah. And that one is that most of these countries were colonized at some point in time. And that period was generally the industrial era period. Right. So most of our regulations, inherited regulations, policies, everything is more from an industrial era perspective, modified a bit to the current age, but they are certainly not knowledge economy based. And startups are mostly knowledge economy ecosystem players. So we need to improve at times certain regulations, but we certainly need to completely revamp certain regulations. And so those policy level challenges are the first impediment. So I'll give an example. Defining whether a startup is a product or a service, or a good or a service from a taxation perspective, or a tech company is something that needs to be done. So in Pakistani regulation, it is still not very clearly defined. Similarly, you also need to facilitate that.
Because of colonial laws.
Of course, that's inherited from that perspective, but now it's been years and decades that we need to understand that we need to change that part. So someone at the local level needs to, the challenge is that startups are mostly digitally native founders, whereas the policymakers are digital immigrants. So they need to understand how, so they need to really understand how YouTube works, how content monetization works, how online communities work, what is peer-to-peer networks, and all of B2B, B2C, and how all of this works, and how democratized content creation is. So unless the policymakers really understand and are native to it, I think bringing about change is not easy. So that's, but that's not the only reason. I'm just sharing. Similarly, I'll give you an example. Yeah, you might have noticed that Pakistani startups raised this $800 million to $1 billion in the last few years. Before that, you never heard about Pakistani startups raising reasonable amount of funding. And the only reason was that the central bank, which is the State Bank of Pakistan, changed a few regulations during this period. And this was during the previous political era, and they changed those few regulations. And those were needed to define that there can be a holding company abroad and there can be an operating company in Pakistan. This is generally technically known as holdco and an opco. Once there are a few other regulations. One, those things legally, then startups can raise funding in the holdco abroad and then bring required cash to Pakistan for the operating company. And that's how investors are also kind of protected, and the startups also start getting their funding. But this framework was not allowed in the Pakistani regulation earlier. So now it's allowed.
Bureaucracy this entire idea, why they're bypassing us, why they're bypassing red tapeism, why they're bypassing all these regulations that we put in. One of the reasons why investors get scared of actually coming to countries like Pakistan is because of this.
Absolutely. But there are few gems and champions in the bureaucracy. So if you find the right champion, he or she will take you a long way. So I'll give you an example. So Pakistan drafted its first e-commerce policy in 2019, late 2019. Since then, under that policy, and I was part of that kind of larger team which kind of drafted that part. So it was a public-private partnership which really went well with Ministry of Commerce and the larger private sector. And that policy, we had action items against it. And with those action items, we started executing with all the relevant policy ecosystem players. So from the central bank to the tax authorities to everyone. Some of them were very responsive and some weren't and still aren't. But those who were responsive, I'll give you two quick examples.
Yeah, please.
So we worked with the Central Bank of Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan, and we actually helped change and create two new regulations. One was called small packet micro exports. So for example, if a women entrepreneur or an artisan creates something small, maybe a designer clothing, or maybe a shoe or anything, maybe a wooden tray or any handicraft, and he or she wants to sell it abroad for a few $100s, that shipment was never considered export, although it is actually a commercial transaction and it should be considered an export. Only a full container load sent abroad by a ship or by air was considered export. And you need to fill a proper documented E-form to make that shipment considered an export. So we worked with the central bank and we kind of created an easier version for small entrepreneurs and artisans so that they can send their quotas. We will have 100,000 just because someone can create something can now ship. Another regulation we got worked out with the central bank was the B2B2C use case, the business to consumer use case. So right now, exports was all about B2B. One company sending products to another company abroad. But in this case, the B2B2C use case was when Pakistan got listed on Amazon marketplace.
Right.
So when you are selling something on Amazon, you are actually not selling anything to Amazon directly, but you are shipping it to Amazon. But then Amazon sells it to the consumers. So the transaction is from Pakistani business to Amazon warehouse, B2B, and then Amazon actually helping you sell it to the consumer. So that's the B2C part. So until the B2C part is completed, the transaction is not complete. And our regulation did not recognize that fact. So we actually worked with the central bank to solve that. And just to give you a high level number, our estimate is that around $300 million of new export or documented export has happened under these two new regulations in the last years. And this is only because the public and the private sector worked together very, very closely under the e-commerce policy. So there was a National E-commerce Council formed, and some of us worked together day and night. But champions in the bureaucracy who helped us navigate that I would say, a long dark tunnel, which really was needed. But so if there's a will, there's a way. So if the right people in bureaucracy accept the fact and agree to the fact that digital is, and if they're open to change, bringing about change, I think we can change Pakistan's economic landscape very, very quickly in a positive way.
All right, absolutely. So now you've also consulted with Google, Facebook, and Twitter as the first person on ground from Pakistan. That's quite an achievement. Now tell me about that experience and how has that really benefited you? Because the idea that you just, actually showcased to me, it's almost as if it also has a lot to do, if I'm not wrong, with your experiences with Twitter, Google, and Facebook.
Absolutely. It was just, I would say, a mind-boggling experience, a real global exposure, I would say. So I think it all started with Google. So back in 2005, a friend of mine shared an email with me where Google was looking for a country representative in Pakistan. And I believe by the time I got to know about it, it was a few months already that it was floating on different forums, which meant that almost every computer science student back then would have applied for Google. But I also tried my luck. So although I'm an economics graduate, I did apply for that. And interestingly, the next day I got a call back that you have a scheduled interview. Anyway, went through a series of interviews for almost a year, and then in August 2006, I got admitted into Google. But that completely changed my landscape, my exposure, my vision, my view on how the world works and what is an opportunity largely. And the reason I'm saying this is because Google didn't even know what to do with us. So we were part of the larger scouts. And the reason they hired us was that they wanted to see in those countries where Google is popular, but Google does not have an office, as to what is in those countries, what is happening, why Google is popular. And back then, if I'm not wrong, if you remember, there was a Google social network called Orkut.
Yes.
So Google was really
rumored to be, it might actually be true. It was basically a Turkish social media organization.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely. It was actually a Turkish engineer at Google who created that. So it was on his name. So they saw traction in those products and they wanted to see what Pakistan was. And remember, this was a post 9/11 time. So Pakistan didn't have very good PR back then. But eventually I got shortlisted. My idea was to connect dots between Google and Pakistan, anything between Google and Pakistan, wherever we could work together. So that gave me the opportunity. I helped the Google Maps team launch Maps in Pakistan. So now you have these maps-based startups like the Kareems and the Ubers and the food delivery like Food Pandas and anything which is very location-sensitive product or an app is working on Google Maps. So yeah, absolutely. So that's we launched Google Chrome in Pakistan. We launched Android in Pakistan. We did tons of new things. We did a lot of Google for Entrepreneurs initiatives in Pakistan. We did funding actually of a lot of startups, early stage startups back then. So those kind of things. So that was very broad, wide, and deep as well at times. And that gave me a lot of exposure. And then I spent about good 9 years, by the way, at Google. And then moved on. And the day I left Google, I wanted to go back to my company, Bramers. But then a friend at Google who had left a little bit earlier was at Twitter, and he called me that you have to now work for us for a year. So joined Twitter for a while. And,
Twitter.
Yeah. And then I moved on to Facebook. So all three roles were very different, very interesting, gave me, opened a lot of doors and eyes for me in how things happen. So yeah, that was a great, I would say, dream come true. Even today, I think there are a lot of Pakistanis at Google, but very few who are really relevant and to the Pakistani market. So I had that opportunity to open up those doors back in the day.
So, Badr, because we're running short on time, very briefly, you just tell me, for young entrepreneurs, there's a high degree of, anticipation that their startups could actually fail across the world. And, Pakistan developing world is not really an exception to that case. Only a minority of them actually make it through. So why do you think that's the case? And what advice would you give to them? And you have to keep it very brief, which is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's several reasons, of course, tons of reasons. There could be a poor product or anything. But some of the researchers show that the number one reason is that these startups actually run out of cash. They do not manage their finances properly at the initial early days. They think it's easy. They do not have the right finance and accounting people or consult them, and hence they run out of cash very, very, very quickly. They burn that and really mostly waste of time. So that's one reason, I believe. The other reason is that they do not do proper consumer research, and they believe that whatever they are perceiving about the product or service is acceptable in the market, whereas it's not. It's maybe the demand may not be big enough. So that's another reason. And there could be other, but mostly it is around the business model, which is not properly tested and tried. So these are some of the, I would say, basic flawed business model issues which actually create this challenge. So these are very fundamental issues. There's another one. It's not the right team. So maybe in 3 MBS trying to do a three tech people trying to do a marketing startup. So that's not the right connect. You need to really involve the space. Correct. I hope that was short and sweet.
No, it was very short and sweet. And I think the advice is something that many young entrepreneurs should actually take home, because a lot of them are into the startup culture. It looks very attractive. They're sick and tired of the bureaucracies and, the lethargy that is actually associated with government policy. So I think this advice is something that they should definitely take home and try and implement. Co-founder of Bramers, Mr. Vadapushnu, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you so much.
So that's all that we have from Islamabad today on ThinkTech Hawaii. You can follow us on our social media pages. Do provide us with your feedback. Until next time, take care.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, social impact that they've had in life. It really goes on that we're created a entitled population of people for a short life. It's, I think the thing that I find and $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or things up. And it's really a shame that beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island, but it's still in capital. Beautiful park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and come down here and paddle canoe. We have the BMX set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue. These tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more to clean this place up so that these types of things happen.
We have to first start is cleanup, and then we need the community's vision. What really is the highest and best use of this space? Well, legit, not in this current environment, but we are screening more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline, and with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of kiavi, maybe even some beach nourishment, this would be a phenomenal experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cube starts turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit, to see things used, not as you, prevention, up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps around the park. It's unfortunate, we got to do it, we gotta keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. Is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy isn't co-op to today's technology deployed everywhere and can fit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something like that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are the energy storage systems? The one we're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy, still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to transform our current grid of the future. All storage systems balance load and generation, stability, reliability, and resilience of our electric grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability. So the development of storage technologies include the future potential of energy. Most of the energy storage technologies are energy for distant hours. However, the grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver low-cost, longer-duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capability, and supporting at-scale deployments to industry support new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthrough in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities areas that are designed to address critical space we want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas in the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. The main electricity supply more affordable. Got a goal of 100% clean electricity. Have a huge role to play and get to that goal. Solar could provide just 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
well, like fidget spinner. Not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 5. Compromise, high risk for your health caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up primary stores or lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not mask, learn more at
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is about politics. Politics are not all local anymore. If you hadn't noticed, elections have gone national, and most of us regularly get email from candidates who are running in other states asking for money or support. Indeed, these candidates and political organizations are asking strangers in distant states for help because they think we can help them. And yes, maybe we can. Sometimes they're in battleground states that have national importance and really need to hear from us. Sometimes they just need to get money from outside because they can't raise enough at home. The bottom line is that congressional elections, and even some state elections, have become national. You shouldn't just delete the email you get from candidates in other states. It's worthwhile to take a look at it and figure out who these candidates are, and what they stand for. Reading the newspaper could help. Then maybe you can decide which ones are worthy of your support, and possibly even consider giving them some money. We need to refresh the composition of Congress. It's increasingly clear that there are some real bums in Congress, especially in the Senate. We need to throw them out, and the only way we can do that is by recognizing this reality and making contributions to worthy congressional candidates running in other states. Maybe this can ameliorate the problems with the Electoral College and the 2 senator per state rule. In a way, contributions are kind of like voting, aren't they? Voting is good, but remember there are a number of red states where the GOP has passed legislation to reverse the popular vote and turn the system upside down. Of course, you can only vote in your own state. If you want to have an effect on what happens in other states, the best way, the only way, is to give money to the candidates you like. Sure, you can travel to the mainland and walk door to door, or get on a phone bank from home. You can also send mass mail or mass email if you have the resources, but that could be expensive. It's much more efficient to do the research, get on the internet, and send a few bucks to the candidates of your choice, wherever they are. If they can do it on the mainland, we can do it from here. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and environment.
The agency uses a balanced, three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in D.C., EPA relies on 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual.
Decision and sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. Money for a wide variety of projects.
EPA even has laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Our message is over. Like Fidell, Macarena. You should still wear a mask of your health or caregiver. It also makes sense to when you're indoors around lots of people. Restaurant and medical. Ask or at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
out these people in terms of their impact and their, the it really goes.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is American Issues, Take One. We are joined today by my co-host, Tim Apicella, and our special esteemed guest, Chuck Crumpton, to talk about, whether the country is actually coming apart. We've talked about this before. This time we're going to talk about the fact that there are a number of states that don't seem to be following. In fact, they're thumbing their nose at federal precedent and the Supreme Court, which is very supreme. We're in a place that's unprecedented that we want to talk about. We're going to talk about the lawlessness in the country. Have been lawless openly. Maybe other states, other red states, are going to drop out also. I remember what happened with the fake electors. That was real. It was real fake. Remember what happened with the insurrection, real violence. No one respects the Supreme Court, and it's too late for recovery, not in our lifetimes. No one respects law enforcement. No one respects our foreign policy around Ukraine. We should say no one, but a lot of people. Millions think Trump indictments are false. It's like civil war. Is it Trump? Is it the GOP? Is it the complacency of the Democrats? Is it failure of leadership? Is it the split media and the repetition of lies? Is it social media? Is it education? Is it all of the above? Is it getting worse? And what's the effect in 2024? Wow, what a discussion. Tim, let's start with you. Do we have a condition of lawlessness in the country now?
Yeah, and it's popular to do so, Jay. But, let's look at a little bit at history here. We've had a tradition of certain states thumbing their nose at the federal government. And I'll remind everyone that between 1860 and 1865, we had this thing called the Confederation of States, the Civil War, which was settled up on 1865 at Appomattox Courthouse between General Lee and General Grant. Talk about thumbing your nose at the federal government. Then we fast forward to 1957, Brown versus the school board, a little place called Little Rock, Arkansas, where President Eisenhower had to deputize the state National Guard to ensure that the students can be escorted to classrooms safely without fear or threat of their life. Then if you recall 1963, where Governor George Wallace of Alabama famously quoted segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. Well, forever didn't last very long. JFK deputized the National Guard, and that was the end of Governor Wallace trying to bar minority students from entering classrooms. Fast forward into the 2000s, Colorado, a number of states have passed cannabis laws. In a sense, that's thumbing their nose at the federal government, because the federal government still has a substance abuse control law that says cannabis is considered an illegal drug. So the list goes on, and we've had a history of it. So the answer is yes. We have it now, and we've had it in the past.
Chuck, is the confluence different now? Is our current condition of lawlessness different than it has been on these various occasions that you mentioned?
I think Tim's historical background is really important context to understand. That is the history to which people like Boebert and Green and Gates, and many of them are reverting, and to which McCarthy and others are exceeding, and certainly the former president. But the tone and spirit have changed. It's become much more violent. It's become much more personal. And we're looking at exactly what you were talking about in your intro. These are all indicia of secession, where in Alabama, the head of the Alabama legislature said, we know what the people of Alabama want and need much better than anybody in Washington, referring as specifically to the Supreme Court as you can get. It's kind of like saying, well, the heck with you and the horse you rode in on. Wisconsin, after an election in which a more liberal candidate displaced a former, more conservative member of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, by not a narrow margin. It was a good, solid 6-7 point margin, which in today's elections is substantial, especially in a place like Wisconsin with a lot of rural voting districts. Now, the Republican-dominated legislature is looking at trying to impeach that liberal justice to keep her from participating in the voting rights and gerrymandering cases that they've been engineering to try and maintain and expand on that very politically discriminatory and racially discriminatory gerrymandering that they've been engaging in. So how do you stop it?
Yeah, you're right. You need a really strong leadership in Washington to say something and do something without hesitation, and somebody that people will follow. But one thing that strikes me, though, Tim, you had a whole list of false that are really interesting. But some of them, if not most of them, are individuals and states operating on their own account. What we have now is a kind of nexus conspiracy among members of the GOP, the MAGA GOP, get to that, multiple states, multiple members in Congress, all somehow connected into a grand conspiracy to undo the federal government. And think about it, the federal government is almost completely unfunctional right now. Congress doesn't work. It can't be trusted. The Supreme Court doesn't work. It can't be trusted. Many states, and they're all in the country.
It is different, Jay. But we have only one person to really thank for that, and that's Donald Trump. Donald Trump, before he became the president of the United States, you remember his campaign about how he was going to fix the deep state, how he was going to drain the swamp. Well, in reality, Donald Trump became the swamp thing, not draining the swamp, but he's the one that filled the swamp. And, you go from there. Your MAGAs are a loyal bunch of lackeys, and they're all hypnotized by the allure of Donald Trump and the cult member of Donald Trump. So I'm not surprised that we're at where we're at. And it's perhaps not any one individual, but it does take one individual to grab the microphone and make it seem like it's one individual doing this. I'm thinking of Governor Abbott of Texas. He's been ordered to get rid of the floating red balls in the Rio Grande River. His quotation is, "I'll see you in court, Mr. President." So someone grabs the microphone. It does seem like an individual, but it's a combination of a collective thought, a collective emotions, ideology versus politics based on policies and principles. And that's what we have with the GOP right now, unfortunately.
I don't know why, Chuck, but this reminds me of Yugoslavia. Tito was running it, and he wasn't necessarily a good person. He was an autocrat. He managed to keep down all of the people who would like to, disrupt and destroy Yugoslavia. And then one day he wasn't there, and it all popped up. And I wonder if what we're talking about is simply a failure of leadership, where we had he knew what to do. But now we don't have anybody who can stop it. And our elders in this country, we know them has given that to us. They like to rebel. They like to make trouble. They don't agree. They don't want the mantle, democratic, if you will, the democratic society. So take away them, they will emerge just like. What do you think?
I think that's a great question because it points to the lack of what we did have, at least in the 60s, is we had some charismatic leaders of values and conscience. We had the MLKs and the RFKs and others. But together with that, the other side of that coin, which is, in my view, even more essential, we had the mass mobilization. We had huge groups of demonstrators. We had the March on Washington. We had people together at the grassroots level, at the community level, who were both learning together, educating each other together, and taking stands and positions for those values and conscience factors that the charismatic leaders espouse. I think without both, you don't get anywhere. The leadership itself can't do it. So to me, the more critical missing element is the mass mobilization at the community level, at the grassroots level, where the education, speaking up, the speaking out, the defense of the values that bring us together and enable us to live with each other. That's what's missing.
Yeah, that's a lot of elements you described there, but let's try to break that down. It seems to me that Trump and his acolytes and the red states people, the MAGAs and the Freedom Caucus in Congress, what they're looking for. It's hard to accept this because it seems so outrageous. What they're looking for is chaos. For people who look for chaos, creates a vacuum, and they will move into the vacuum. Okay, so if you have this large group of relatively people in the country who know how to use who are infiltrated into Congress and the Supreme Court, creating chaos, that's a view that a guy like Trump can move in. More Trump as a cult figure than anyone else. What do you think about that?
Well, yeah, exactly. And did Donald Trump create that? No, it's like I said, it's the history of creating chaos and contempt for the federal government. It's been going on for a long time, and it's a perfect wedge issue. It's a great way of getting votes, that you can thumb your nose at the government. And even Ronald Reagan did. He said, well, when the government knocks on your door and he says, we're here to help, you better run. I mean, Ronald Reagan was great at poking fun at the federal government, and he ultimately got elected president because of doing so well at doing that. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump filled the vacuum, but he certainly inflated it. He raised the temperature beyond, the pot boiling, and here we are. This election in 2024 is really an issue of a couple things, but the primary one will the republic survive? Will democracy survive, or do we go to a new form of government with Donald Trump and his attempt, and he will do it, become an autocracy, a fascist state, if you will?
You're scaring me, as you always do. So just as a digression, Chuck, what does a fascist state under Donald Trump look like?
Well, actually, he's spoken about that pretty extensively, where he would essentially take over and put people who were under his control in all positions. He would dismantle and remove any organizations that were sufficiently resistant to him that he couldn't effectively control them. And another factor that really needs to be understood here is a key element, a foundational element of the MAGA GOP power and status is non-accountability. And right now, there are several judges who are in a position to at least manage the determination of that accountability. Judge Chutkan in D.C., Judge McAfee in Georgia, and Judge Kaplan in New York, who have so far indicated that's how they see their job. They're there to render a factual and legal process that determines accountability according to the facts and the law. That may not happen in Georgia with Judge Cannon, but yeah, there are three shots: legal accountability. If accountability is enforced, a key leg of the MAGA falls.
Oh, totally agree. However, and I put this to you, Tim, Trump, who actually undermined a lot of federal agencies, hollowed them out so he could sort of take charge of their areas of operation during the term. He attacked law enforcement, and it hadn't occurred to me before the discussion that what he did to undermine the media in the creation of the alternative media, that is, which would report alternative facts. So how do you undermine media? You create a second media, and you know which to listen to, and a lot of them listen to the wrong. He attacked media by encouraging Newsmax and Fox News and all those. So what we have is chaos in the media to Trump. But what I want to ask you to track off what Chuck was saying is, I'm certain that there will be convictions, that there will be sentences, that those will hold on appeal, and accountable in all of these 4 proceedings, and maybe more coming soon. It is really scary to think that all of them could fall, but in a country which is so divided as we are, there is a suggestion that we'd be able to beat all of them off somehow.
Well, I think that's primary reason why Kevin McCarthy is trying to tinker around with impeachment of President Biden. And Jay, for 7 years, you and I talked about Trump and the great ability for his distraction ability. This is nothing more than a distraction. It's a silver object to take the attention off of these court hearings that you may see coming out of Alabama. It's what Donald Trump does best. And, his whole candidacy from day one was based on lies. I'm thinking of the book from Al Franken, and a quote from Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain, was lies, damn lies, and the people that tell them. And Donald Trump is that figure. And he only gets power from it. And it doesn't matter what happens to him as far as 33% of this country, the MAGA GOP, no matter what, whether he's convicted or not, they'll still follow him. They'll follow him to the nth degree. Just like Nazi Germany followed Hitler right to his grave. It's no different. I mean, the only thing that's going to change Donald Trump's 33% of this country is young voters coming to take the place of the old ones that are dying off.
Chuck, is aspirational. We sit here every week, almost every day of every week, sometimes books, public statements, and see it clearly. But the question is, are they that persuasive to the other? Are they having the same thoughts? Will generation will vote? Be confused by everything that's happening that already exists by the system that is already in place. This fundamental we see emerging in front of us are really our great hope.
Great, Jay. I think the inference from Tim's insights is they have to be, because that's our only source of hope of something that can change the direction. And I go back to the idea that we can learn something from the 60s, not only charismatic leaders, which we lack now, but which that generation may be able to provide, and we hope they can, but also the mass mobilization. If that generation comes together, communicates, learns together, coalesces, reaches understandings together of what the important values and choices are for this country and for the communities and for themselves, then I think the choices are going to be good ones. I have faith in that generation.
Okay.
And that's exactly what guys are trying to prevent. They're trying to break down education. They're trying to break down the ability of people who are differently, who see differently, to come together and to reach common understandings on common.
And we speak about media. We always media question. We always want to look at what the media is doing or not doing, because we know that the media is another one of our hopes, our aspirational possibilities to save us. How is it doing? You know, I think that the media makes fun of Trump, humor about it. Humor is good. Is good. That is the job.
Right now, the media is doing a great job on one avenue, and that's highlighting how climate change is causing all sorts of catastrophes, whether be it in Lahaina, Hawaii, or in Libya. You know, these events, the flooding and the wildfires, these are great examples of how this is abnormal climate behavior, and it is brought on as an indirect, direct result of climate change. And I think the media is doing a great job, and I think that's what the younger generation is going to focus on, is that your generation, you baby boomers, are messing up this world, and we have to be stuck with it, and now we're going to get involved. Just because of climate change alone, we have to get involved. And I think, to go to Chuck's point, is unlike minds come together and coalesce over a common interest, a common goal. I think climate change will be one of those central themes that we may see real change and extinguish the 33% MAGA GOP once and for all. It's going to take a few years, maybe 5 years, but I think they're on the way out.
That's a great point. Other thing, we always have to leave it with what other things could intervene and change everything that we think and talk and predict. Let me ask you a thing that that troubles me. I mentioned before that I think the legitimate media, the truth-telling media, is deal with the other side of it. Was the media that can tell the truth? Thank the Trump we have, and they're influential with a number of people, especially in intellect, effectively. We're talking about. But there's another media, and that is the social media. Zuckerberg is still out of control. He's multi-billionaire. He's very powerful. He can. Congress is nowhere near understanding exactly how to stop him or regulate him, and it doesn't even make the effort. It's really awful. At the same time, don't forget Elon Musk. Again, invited Trump to join or rejoin Twitter, who is amoral at best, and is a stranger, if you will, and also involved in saving lives. People are millions and millions on social media, especially including those young people in the generation to come. They get their news, their thoughts, they get their the world from social media. Social media is often a stack of lies and misinformation and so forth. So when we about the media, we always have to consider them also, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And social media is the wild west of media. I mean, it hasn't been properly regulated. And, we could have discussions with First Amendment attorneys, and you might know who I'm talking about, that would say, no, we don't regulate social media. But I think it's long overdue. There needs to be some basic guardrails on social media. And I think that also is coming in the next couple of, legislative sessions. Maybe not this next one, but maybe the one thereafter. I think you're going to see some laws passed that actually put a few guardrails up. But let's look at some traditional media. I mean, look at Fox. Hey, they got a huge hole in the bow of their boat, and that was a direct result of Tucker Carlson and the denial of the 2020 election. Cakewalk they were taking, and that was exposed. They lost a huge lawsuit as a direct result of knowing what the truth was, but failing to report it for ratings, for advertisers. And I don't think the public's going to forget that so easily. And I think that will linger for a bit, even though it's not in the headlines today and maybe not tomorrow, but that is in our collective memory. And I think there's hope that people start examining where they get their news from, the source of where they get their news from, asking critical questions about their sources, and remembering the ever-famous line, alternative facts. Well, am I reading alternative facts today or not? So those questions, I think, with the millennials and Gen Z are going to become more and more present, and at least I hope so.
Chuck, he mentioned all these various media and the lawsuit, which weeks people probably forget all of that. But you have stockholders, you have directors, you have people who have heavily invested in Fox News and Newsmax and the like, and Sinclair Radio and all that. Those organizations cannot exist without officers, directors, stockholders, investors, lenders, banks. Okay. Those people are complicit, aren't they? They know that their client, so to speak, is lying to the public and spreading disinformation. And I think social media include as well. And to the extent that the public is involved in X, Twitter, Elon Musk, them, and of course the banks. So it just seems to me that not just the multi-billionaires who control it's people who control them by giving them funding. What do you think?
Now, I think that's spot on. And I think the Dominion mediated settlement came about because the guy at the head of it, Rupert Murdoch of Fox News and the Wall Street Journal, was exposed. He was the one who was going to take the public hit as well as a monetary hit if that thing went to trial from jurors. And that's why getting some of the choice making back to the community level and away from leaders who can say, I know what my constituency wants, when they're doing exactly what the majority of their constituency do not want.
Yeah.
Abbott, Huckabee, DeSantis, the list goes on.
Yeah, there's two things seem to be driving this wrong direction of our country. One is money on Wall Street, which often has no morality whatsoever. And the other is ignorant voters, which have no common sense whatsoever. And you put that together, it's a dangerous brew, and it allows for this lawlessness. We need leadership, Tim, in order to set it straight. It's not that we have leadership. It's not clear that the leadership in Congress is strong enough, or leadership, to the extent you can have leadership in the Supreme Court, is strong enough. It's not clear that the president and the administration include the leadership. Digression point I want to mention is that Trump undermine the agencies of the federal government. And we are still waiting for Joe Biden to repopulate and reorganize those agencies so there is strong leadership there. And we've seen it. It hasn't been reported. We know about it. It hasn't happened. So isn't national leadership one of the most important elements? And the failure of national leadership, one of the important elements, the lack of lawlessness in not jawboning, not making a strong telephone call, not making a statement that begins with, you guys have got to get on board. We are one country. Stop that. We don't have that. So query is, do you agree with me that leadership at the federal level is the most important factor, and we don't?
Absolutely, it's the most important factor in our government. The executive branch is that leadership, and members of Congress, the Senate, the House of Representatives, mayors and governors. That's all leadership, and that sets the tone on how we move forward, either with or without legislation. And let me tell you, we haven't had any legislation of really to speak of. Joe Biden has his victories, yes, I'll give him that. But there are so many things about, gun control and all these things, climate change, immigration. We're stymied. We're stuck in neutral. And I'm sorry to say this, but, I just said earlier in the show that 2024 may be a decision between democracy and or maybe fascism. I forgot to mention, are we almost not a plutocracy right now where corporate dollar influence has a Congress bought and paid for, and that's why something's not getting done? It's not just the fight between democracy and autocracy. Plutocracy is also a major issue, and this influence of money and how lobbyists win the day. And then let's throw in a little theocracy, how religion is influencing our politicians. So, we got a whole witch's brew of theocracies and autocracies and democracies and autocracies all in the pot. And it's time to get rid of all of them, except for one. That's democracy.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. So, Chuck, looking down the road here, first taking a snapshot of where we are, federal government is dysfunctional, non-functional. And worse than that, people don't have any confidence. There's a vacuum out there. That vacuum leads to this kind of lawlessness. Even threats coming up, there are things that will further distract us from getting back on track. One of them is going to be funding the federal government. It's going to happen. This fight is going to happen very quickly, where the Republicans say, well, we're not going to do the ordinary thing here. We're going to require you to capitulate to our crazy arguments. And until you do that, we are not going to fund the country, the government. And my personal unfavorite is Tommy Tuber. We're not going to promote any military officers until you agree, or you get the DOD to agree with our position on paying the expenses of women soldiers and there's nothing promoting officers. So what you have is this kind of hostage taking, this kind of ransomware, which is also complete. And I suggest to you, it's not just the funding of the federal government, it's a whole bunch of things like that, including this absurd attempt to impeach Joe Biden. And there'll be more. Now, in the elections in 2024, there'll be absurdity upon absurdity, all distracting the government from doing its job, and all distracting.
No, I think you've nailed it. And as you indicated along the way and in your intro, two critical elements for that to continue: and the chaos and the lack of accountability. Only with both of those can those people, the Gateses, the Boberts, the MAGAs, continue to exercise the level of influence and obstruction that they do. But if there's one thing that might possibly deter that, It has to be a generation of people who think for themselves, who go to the ballot boxes, and who make choices that change that leadership. The leadership is important, but the change has to come at the grassroots level, at the community level, at the mass mobilization level.
We're about out of time, Tim. So think about what you leave with our viewers today. And maybe also include the question of whether Joe Biden, for the benefit of the country, should not run for another term. It was no great favor to us that Ruth Bader Ginsburg held on until she allowed Mitch McConnell to replace with a right-wing judge. And maybe it's the wrong thing for Biden to keep on plunging instead of standing aside for a younger, more vital Democrat. What do you think?
Yeah, Mitt Romney just a public address saying the very same thing is it's time to step down for all sorts of politicians that have reached a certain age, and let Gen Z and let the millennials in, let Gen X come up and start making policies that make sense to improve this country, and let's get out of the tit for tat insults across the aisle and getting nothing done. I distinctly remember John that we're not anything done, and God, was it true after his death? It's true. To enforce them, and the basis of this show was those states that are thumbing the law at the federal government, specifically Alabama thumbing their nose at the Supreme Court decision to redistrict their voting districts. And I don't care if it's condo associations, city law, state law, parish law, federal law. If you're not willing to enforce the laws on the books that preserve this democracy, don't make the and we'll live in a state of chaos. Rules are on the book, and let's enforce them, and let's keep civil order in place, and let's.
No kidding. You cannot afford to live in the Lord of the Flies. So, Chuck, what are your final comments you'd like to leave with our viewers?
I think one of the impressions from this whole discussion is that there needs to be a really broad, multi-generational, multi-partisan commitment to accountability for values. That if that happens, there may be results at the ballot box that give us hope for change.
Okay, I'd like to leave you with one thought. Democracy and the possibilities of representative government and democracy were never as strong as after World War II. When 20 million people were killed and fascism had to be stuffed by virtue of a world war. And it may just be, gentlemen, something we can discuss at a later time. It may just be that the thing that has to happen here in the context of humanity and the human condition and the flaws of humanity is a huge disruptive event, sort of like Tim was talking about in climate change or in a world war in which millions and millions of people are killed. Don't know the answer, but we know it's easy. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Tim Apicella, co-host, Chuck Crumpton, very esteemed guest. Thank you so much. Aloha.
Aloha.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Replacing your current stove or cooktop with an energy-efficient induction version is one way to make your home cleaner and safer. If you already have an electric stove, it's an easy swap. It runs on the same standard electric line as your electric stove. And if you're using a gas stove, an electrician can install the necessary outlet to make the switch. But what exactly is induction cooking? Well, it's actually a pretty cool technology. The energy comes from an electromagnetic field below the glass cooktop surface that directly heats any magnetic cookware. So your pot gets hot, but your burners and kitchen do not. You'll get more precise heat, faster cooking, and better indoor air quality with an induction stove, avoiding the harmful pollutants associated with gas stoves. And the best part is, you can actually save money while you're saving the planet. Depending on your income level and where you live, you may qualify for up to $840 off the purchase of your new stove, thanks to President Biden's Investing in America agenda. And that's on top of what you could save on your monthly energy bill. Learn more about induction cooktops and other clean energy upgrades at www.energy.gov/save. Save energy, save money.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019. Drought is affecting our
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power-to-change.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast Level 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
In this Emerald City, Capitol Hill is known for nightlife and entertainment.
What is Seattle?
This icy adversary is responsible for sinking the unsinkable ship.
What is an iceberg?
The Capitol building in this city is one of the only ones.
What is New Jersey?
What is New York?
This cast iron statue, evoking the goddess Minerva, sits atop the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What is the Statue of Freedom?
Well, folks, that's our show. Thanks for playing.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking
Welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell. This is Keeping the World Company, and today, Maker People's Company. This is secured by the Pacific Forum, and we appreciate him coming on the show today. We're going to talk about China. China is a moving target, and we have to keep track of all the changes, and it seems to be more moving and more difficult to keep track. Welcome to the show, Carl.
Good to be here, Jay. It's always a pleasure to talk to you about what's happening in the world.
Yeah, well, we haven't covered the moves in China in a while, although China is definitely the 800-pounder all over Asia and maybe the world. But there are things happening in China that are different than the last time we covered it. And the press in China, as it is in Russia, is not very independent. So we don't know if we're getting the whole story, and that makes it even more interesting. So what is happening in China these days? There are things that are of some concern. How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah, that's a pretty vague statement, and that we aren't sure that we understand what's happening, and we are dependent on the media, and we're also dependent on the Western media, which is always quite eager to find problems in China. And so, so what we see in the Western media today is that the economic problems are everywhere. The real estate market is collapsing. The debt burden is becoming greater. Consumer spending weak. And so, all these things I think are sort of playing into a mindset in the West, and specifically in the United States for us, is that maybe China is going to go the way of Japan. Maybe its moment is over. That China is now at a turning point. The population is shrinking because of the one-child policy that was in place. They're aging faster than probably anybody else in Asia, and that certainly will be the case in the next 20 years as the generation of the one-child policy become middle-aged. There's not this replacement generation to take over. So I think that in China there are certainly economic concerns, but I think when you talk to people in China, they're also concerned about what's happening with Xi Jinping, sort of taking a strong leadership role, that we've kind of lost the opportunity for succession. They're concerned that there's too much emphasis on the party, that the party is trying to sustain itself at the expense of the country. I think that there is some sentiment among the Chinese people that express that. Of course, you don't see that in the Chinese media, as you suggested at the top. That certainly the Chinese media is trying to portray everything as normal, everything is fine. We have the Global Security Initiative, we have the Global Development Initiative, we have the Global Cultural Initiative. China is becoming more powerful. China is developing a whole system of mechanisms that are outside of the Western dominated global institutions, and China is the emergent leader of the global South. So I think those are kind of the conflicting stories, and they are all moving targets for us, I think.
Yeah. Well, let's look at these negative things. Okay, and we don't know exactly whether they're hand-picked stories by a press that can't really get into China, that has to deal on kind of hearsay reporting. But I just get one out of the sky here. India seems to be emerging. It seems to be looking for China's lunch, so to speak. It is active in these organizations. Modi is getting around. Modi is well liked. And aside from suppression problems, oppression problems in China, Xi Jinping is looking pretty negative these days. What he is doing in Hong Kong did not endear him to the world. The story of the Uyghurs did not. The debt trap problems with the Belt Road Initiative did not endear him. And in fact, Italy dropped out of Belt Road. So he's losing momentum. Italy is an important leg in the journey once you get to Europe, because it is just south of the Alps. And if you want to get to Spain, for example, which I understand was China's destination there, you have trouble getting to Spain if you can't cross Italy. If you can't cross Italy. So, and of course, India is doing its own Belt Road now, which pulls the rug out from the Chinese Belt Road, and they're moving west with their own kind of infrastructure initiative from India to Europe. So the Chinese no longer have a monopoly on that idea. And of course, one thing you mentioned is the health issue in China, but we should talk about that too.
What about the health issue?
The problems with the reemergence of COVID, and people really didn't like what happened.
Oh yeah, just the COVID zero policy certainly, and that certainly had an impact on the economy, and I think that's part of why they're having the economic problems. So yeah, I think that certainly Xi Jinping has not endeared himself to the West, but I think I would warn you that I don't know that that's translated into the global South. There's something very attractive about Xi Jinping to the African countries, to the Middle Eastern countries, where they see this as an alternative to the Western dominated institutions. So you look at what happened to BRICS in South Africa. Well, it certainly wasn't success they were hoping for. Probably they did add 6 members, and they come from South America, from the Middle East. They didn't include Indonesia, which I think would have been the big feather in the cap if they had managed to do that. But so they did expand. They did expand BRICS, and certainly that, again, you've got the Chinese media pumping that as a success story, while the West and what we see in the Western media, they're sort of downplaying that aspect of it. So I think that again, it really have to be careful that we understand when we explain the failure in Italy, and it was a failure. And you look at how the Belt and Road Initiative has really sort of dried up as a source of soft power for the Chinese, because they found out that there is problems with the debt trap diplomacy that the West likes to call it. When really, what I see from the Chinese side is they've come to discover that there really is a problem with investing in Africa. That it's more difficult than just building stadiums and building easy asks from dictators, that you don't really get much out of that beyond a big expensive building or a long road or a nice railroad that sort of deteriorates because they don't have the maintenance to maintain it. So I mean, we've any number of empires have fallen trapped to that, and I think that China is now realizing that the Belt and Road Initiative is another example of trying to overextend that infrastructure development as a way to success. But the broader problem again in China, is really this dilemma that they're facing, and it is the dilemma that Japan faced in the 90s, is how long can you sustain this export-driven economy without developing a strong consumer demand? And that gets back to your health problems, and the health issues and the economic issues, is that, they're having a very difficult time establishing that consumer economy. If you look at the trade balance between the United States and China, it's still way skewed to the Chinese side. What, 2022 or 2022, 154 billion into China and 537 billion out of China in the trade balance. So it's a huge number in trade, but it's all consumer products leaving China coming to the United States, and also, of course, to the rest of the West. So so China is still really struggling with trying to get beyond infrastructure development as a source of GDP growth, and in many ways, Belt and Road was an extension of that. Export that infrastructure development as a way to continue GDP development. So I think that's really where the heart of China's problem is figuring out how to sustain or how to develop a sustainable economy.
I recall that part of the the fundamental politic of China is you can be the leader and you can have the power and as much as you want, as long as you make us happy. And happy means economically successful. And if we are not happy and economically successful, we're going to turn over the government or the other. And I think that formula is probably still in the day of the country. And here we have, although we may or may not believe Western press about Xi's problems, we know at least he has some problems, and they are felt by the men and women of China. They're not completely oblivious to the things that are reported in the Western press. And maybe that concern you described about whether he has a succession or not, whether he's succeeding or not, is undermining his ability to stay in office and undermining the government. What do you think?
It's undermining the party. I mean, I think the real challenge in China isn't sustaining the government, as it is sustaining the role of the party as the center of all policy. I mean, because that's where Xi Jinping's power resides, is within the party. The government is really an appendage of the party apparatus. So you have this government, and you can switch ministers pretty much at will, as long as you have adherence to the party as the central authority. And so I think that's the concern among the people in China is too powerful, and it does stifle any discussion, opportunity to change things in China. So I think that the real problem for Xi Jinping is how do you continue to manipulate the party in such a way that people don't begin to resist the party guidance that is driving everything within the government.
I have an answer for you. Historically, find a scapegoat, find a distraction, find somebody that some people rally around and forget about the fact that you may be declining in other areas. And one of those things would be turning up the jets on Taiwan, wouldn't it?
Sure. And that's one of the fears is that Taiwan becomes an excuse for taking attention away from the economic problems and the social problems that go along with the lack of information and the lack of voice in government policies or in national policy. And I think that certainly that is something that the party has looked at. Now the question is, have they gone to the point where they feel that they have to have Taiwan to satisfy some abstract rejuvenation goal that the party has set? I think that's still the sort of the open question is how committed are they to a takeover of China, or a return, in their terms, a return of Taiwan to the rightful sovereign owner of Taiwan, that is mainland China, or the party, the CCP. And I think that is still an open question. And I think there's concerns in the leadership in China that they can really do that they really have the capacity to do that. So you see these mixed signals of sending jets into Taiwan airspace, and at the same time you have this attempt to create economic relations between the provinces on the east coast with Taiwan. So you have these competing sort of initiatives that reflect that conflicted view of how they really have to deal with Taiwan.
It only occurs to me now, talking with you, Carl, that the longer they can keep the bubble machine working on threatening Taiwan, the better off they are. If they actually attack with a kinetic war Taiwan, the benefit of the distraction changes. And the people of China may not think it's a really wonderful idea to get into a war with the Chinese people in Taiwan. And so probably the best move is to keep the pot boiling over a long time.
Well, it's the best strategy, you mean, for the party?
Yeah.
And I think that's right. I think that the leadership recognizes that, go back 10 years, and the discourse about Taiwan was, we recognize the need to satisfy the people of Taiwan, for whatever that's worth. There's been a recognition for some time that you have to have the people in Taiwan willing to accept that CCP leadership. And I think they understand they don't have that, and they see what happens in Ukraine. They see that, if they just look at all the American failures in Iraq and Afghanistan, trying to do not something completely dissimilar to that, then I think they recognize the risks associated with, as you say, this kinetic effort to actually take control of Taiwan. So I think that's why, I think the U.S. defense department and thinkers of how to defend Taiwan have come to the realization that this prickly defense, a very strong, a very resilient sort of defense of the island called Taiwan is certainly a better strategy than trying to build some sort of a capability that would involve naval vessels and airplanes and all that.
Yeah. Well, that does take us to what the United States is doing to contain China. I guess that probably is the right word, contain China in that area generally, and whether it's working. I mean, the Quad sounds like a good idea. Joe Biden's trip to Vietnam sounds like a good idea. It's not without negative implications also, but bottom line is the U.S. seems more active now. It's almost like Obama's pivot is actually finally pivoting in terms of paying attention.
Well, I mean, certainly, what China has done, both economically and militarily, and militarily very broadly speaking, because a lot of what they've done in Southeast Asia is not militarily as much as it is, militia, Coast Guard, law enforcement in South China Sea, euphemisms for what militaries normally do. They've certainly gotten the attention of the United States, and they've gotten the attention of their neighbors. And that's why I think why India, Vietnam, Philippines are all looking at the United States as a source of security in the context of a over-aggressive China in the South China Sea, and certainly Taiwan has they've gotten the attention of the leadership in Taiwan that there is a risk of a military conflict with China, and so they've certainly started taking their own defense much more seriously than they had for the last couple of decades.
Well, is our policy good? Is it working? Is it the smartest thing we can do right now?
Well, I think we could do better. I mean, I think we could do better, and by doing better, what I think we could do is develop our own global narrative. Because right now, what we have is as I mentioned earlier, China has the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Cultural Initiative, and you can disagree with the content of it, but when you're in the rest of the world, you look at the United States and what is their counter to these global initiatives, and the counter right now is a deterrence narrative and a containment narrative, as you suggest, and that isn't very attractive, I think, if you live in Southeast Asia, or if you live in the Middle East, or if you live in Africa. I think you would like to see a narrative by the United States that suggests how do you develop a counter to the economic benefits associated with working with China? What is the economic benefit of working with the United States, of collaborating with the United States, when the United States is sort of taking a sort of Chinese kind of line of restricting trade, of eliminating or increasing tariffs, and making it more difficult to do trade and develop economic relations with the United States. So I think that's one of the things that we've always come up short on is the economic side of the relationships with the rest of the world. And we have the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework that the Biden administration has been working on, and it offers some opportunities for clean energy transition, for the development of interconnectivity in the region. And in India, of course, Biden announced the corridor that you're talking about with India for development in that part of the world. And those are efforts, but they certainly pale in comparison with what we could do to develop a stronger economic policy that would look to the rest of the world like there are advantages to working with the United States, both economically and then, of course, militarily. Is almost becomes a secondary benefit to that. what we have now is we have way too much emphasis, I think, on the military side of the relationships. And because of that, the Southeast Asians are some of the Southeast Asian countries, specifically Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, have been reluctant to sign on to a stronger relationship with the United States because they're worried about the balance they're trying to maintain with taking advantage of Chinese economic relationships and the U.S. military relations.
Now, we have independent press that reports the problems in Congress all day long. And these guys read the American press and they say, can we rely on this country? The politics are, overwhelming and very threatening in the country and to anyone who wants to depend on the country. And finally, I would say, talk about the dichotomy, military strategies, call it military diplomacy, my term, military diplomacy, versus, trade diplomacy, soft. In terms of government in this country, if you give $1 trillion to the military, say here, do things that are military, within the wheelhouse of the military, then they can go out and do a lot of things without getting a lot of congressional approval. They just, treat it other. But if you talk about trade policy and trade agreements, you need more help from Congress. And Congress is in isolation mode. Congress isn't helping the administration on these things, and Congress doesn't look so good to third parties who want to rely on it. And so I think that's probably got to be a factor. Do you agree?
I agree. I think a large part of the problem is the legislative in the United States is fixated on internal divisiveness and internal domestic political issues, and it certainly hurts our foreign policy. But I will say this, that one of the points of agreement in the United States today is that we need to do something about China. There's not necessarily agreement about what, but there certainly is agreement that China is a problem and we need to do something.
Well, we send people over there and they talk nice. But I wonder your thoughts about these visits by the State Department and other agencies of the administration going over to China and trying to break bread. I think it doesn't go too far beyond that, actually, and saying hello. Does that help?
Well, sure. I think it always helps to talk. I think and so Gina Raimondo was there. She did what she had to do. I think trying to deliver a message that it isn't all competition, that we do have a trade relationship, and it's and we need to work through some of these issues. And I think that's healthy. I think that sends a better signal to the rest of the world. Never mind the dynamic between the bilateral relationship. I think that by making the effort to engage in a dialogue, I think sends a better signal to the rest of the world that it isn't all about the competition, that it isn't all about containment, because we use that word, but to the rest of the world, that containment strategy sounds very much like the old Cold War strategy. And of course, that's what the Chinese in their narrative use against the United States, that you guys are still living in the Cold War and we need to get beyond that. And I think that's a legitimate challenge for the United States to think about, how do you get beyond this very narrow deterrence mindset that says we have to contain a military power, China. What we really need to do is we need to do better than China, not contain China, but we need to do better than China in our engagement with the rest of the world. And that's where we fail, and that's where our Congress has failed us. I think our legislative branch has not been very proactive in that area. So going back to your point, exactly, it's easy to just throw money at the military, and then everything looks like a nail when you've got a hammer in your hand.
Yeah, one thing strikes me from what you said is that if we send diplomats and and fiscal managers and the like, trade managers over to China, we're extending something. We're an olive branch. We're extending a willingness to talk, engage, improve, just shoulder to shoulder, at least to some. And our people are going there. Query, Carl, are they coming here? Is she coming here? I don't remember she ever coming to the United States. Wouldn't it be better if leaders actually went?
Sure. There's no doubt. I mean, and we pretty much know that that's not going to happen with APEC. I think that he's made it clear that won't be. And again, that's I think part of the Chinese strategy is they're not going to walk away from these Western institutions, but they're also going to build their own network. So you have the BRICS, you have the Shanghai Cooperation Organization that's continuing to expand its membership. You continue to have China work with Russia, in maintaining an economic relationship. And this is very much part of that Chinese strategy to capture the part of the world that is not willing to work with the United States. I shouldn't say not willing to work with the United States, but willing to find alternatives to the Western institutions. And so I think we need to be very aware of that there is another set of mechanisms that continues to grow. And you need to find ways to compete with those institutions in a way that's meaningful for the rest of the world. We can't just say, well, too bad, China doesn't want to join these institutions. Russia is excluded from these institutions. We're going to move on and pretend that this is good enough, because I don't think it is, because the rest of the world, specifically Africa, the Middle East, have looked at China as a way to move away from dependence and reliance on the United States and the West. And so I think that's our real challenge when we look at China is we need to do better than China. We shouldn't be thinking about China is competition and we have to defeat and contain China as much as we need to do better than China.
Yeah, boy, do I agree with you about 1,000% on that. The opportunity is there. We have the money, the resources, we have the talent to do it. All we have to, garner is the political will to do it, and that means Congress again. And anyway, so I'm thinking that the people and the world in general has got to be getting tired of this, affinity with Putin. Putin is just showing himself over and over again to be a monster and a war criminal and a totally negative element on the stage, whichever the stage is a wise guy and a monster. And can China afford to get closer to him? Is this something that is going to deteriorate? Is she going to wake up one day and say, I'm spending too much time and political capital on dealing with that guy? I'm going to cool it with him. I'm not going to support him in any obvious way. What do you think?
Well, no, I think China and I would never pretend that I speak for Xi Jinping, but I think that the Chinese leadership, I'll do it that way. I think the Chinese leadership see Putin as problematic, but Russia as an opportunity. In other words, if you think about how you play Wei Qi or Japanese Go, let's think about Chinese strategy that way. And you see the opportunity to integrate those natural resources from Russia into a stronger economy in China. And then you say, yeah, Putin is a nuisance. We don't agree with his mentality. We don't necessarily like him, but we can tolerate him because he's gonna die. I mean, that's just the fact. He's a human being, and so he's going to fade from the scene at some point. We don't necessarily care how. But Russia is something that China has always looked at. When you look at the history of China, the hordes from Russia have always been competitors, and there's always been competition between China and Russia in Central Asia and that part of the world. So I think that China wants to see this relationship with Russia as an opportunity, a long-term opportunity, and Putin is a short-term annoyance. I would characterize it that way, and I think that's why she sort of tolerates Putin. He puts forth a show with Putin, but he doesn't get overly comfortable with Putin.
Is there a dynamic? Is it more or is it less? As Putin gets, more hard to take. Do you think
it gets
that
more? Sure, it gets more and more for China to maintain that long-term perspective, just like it would with anyone. But I think that's the long-term strategy, and if you understand that, then if there was an opportunity to eliminate Putin from the scene, China would probably not resist and would probably take the opportunity to facilitate something.
one other thing I wanted to ask you about, Carl, is that, when I became aware of the emergence of China under the and capitalism, the Chinese capitalism emerging, I was very optimistic. I thought that we could have a great relationship with them, and the old notion, the 19th century sand pebbles against American rough capitalism running all over China and pushing it around, that was like, and now China, in its own words, was standing up, and it dominated Chinese thought there for a while that it would stand up. Well, it is standing up. It has tremendous, power and resources and success. That's the basic narrative over the past 20 years. And then Xi comes in and he gets tough. He gets brutally tough. And he's pushing around all the neighbors and pushing around, everybody that he can, and including the people in China. What we had hoped 20 years ago. When I visited China, which was almost 20 years ago, well, our last time was 2008, I was optimistic, but I am not optimistic now because he's just a tough guy. And our relationship has deteriorated. And so my question to you, and at the same time, Carl, I personally, and a lot of people like me, would love to see a healthy, even affectionate relationship develop between the United States and China. And maybe I'm taking too much American propaganda, but I feel that the thing standing in the way is this tough guy thing we have going on in China right now. Do you think that we could ever achieve that through soft power and a combination of containment and doing a better job, as you said? Do you think we could ever achieve that? Really be friends with them and together create a better world?
Well, I think I agree with a lot of what you say. Is that I think we've all been disappointed in how things are, and certainly a big part of the problem is what Xi Jinping has done with his role as the leader of the party. Yeah, I'm going to maintain my optimism that I think we can do better, and unfortunately, it's probably going to take longer than. It's I think in the 1980s and the 1990s. We all thought this was going to work well, and that China was going to develop as a more democratic country, and that we would have free flow of goods back and forth, and everybody would benefit. So I appreciate that sentiment, but I think just as Xi Jinping sees Putin as a somewhat inconvenient partner at this point, I think we could see China the same way. That the people in China are happy with it either. I think that we're going to have to see how that plays out domestically, how the Chinese deal with this problem. Historically, what's happened in China when you have the emperor that gets old and stops listening, then you have a new emperor, and so I think that we sort of need to look beyond Xi Jinping. He, just like Putin, has an expiration date. And as that expiration date comes, maybe there's some way for a renewed attempt at a better form of democracy in China, because they're suffering from that same disease that all autocracies suffer from, is the lack of information, the lack of responsiveness to the will of the people. And if you believe in democracy and the rule of the people, then I think you have to have some optimism that China will eventually work its way past this Xi Jinping era and hopefully a kinder, gentler form of governance and a kinder and gentler form of relationships with its neighbors and the rest of the world.
From your lips to God's ears, Carl.
Yeah. I mean, that's not easy to say right now, because I think we haven't. I don't think we've reached the bottom of the relationship yet. I think we still have a ways to go, and there's going to have to be some cathartic event that sort of frees us up from this spiral, and as we mentioned, hopefully that's not a war in Taiwan, or it's not some catastrophic event. Or maybe it's sudden realization that we really do need to do something about climate change, that we really do need to do something about about the deterioration of the environment. But it almost seems like it's going to take some cathartic event to make this happen.
I totally agree. Well, such wisdom here on ThinkTech. Thank you so much, Carl. Really appreciate your thoughts on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There will be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
I'm Charlene. I live in North Carolina. I'm on Medicare. I take insulin. And this year it went from $105 a month that I was paying down to $35. That means a lot to me. When I go to the pharmacy and pick up my insulin, I just have a big smile. Wow, okay, I like that. I called my insurance company to make sure it was $35. And they told me, yes, it will be $35 is your flat rate for your insulin. And I just yelled and jumped for joy.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
It has changed my life a lot. And you have to learn how to budget. Any little bit that I can save is a big opportunity for me to do other stuff. But I'll have to ask my kids to help me do anything. So I'm more independent. I want other people that's on Medicare to know about this because it's important to take your insulin when you're supposed to take it. Don't drop it down because you don't have enough money. Because the people that's on Medicare, a month's supply is $35 and it's an affordable price.
Check your Medicare Part D drug plan to make sure your insulin is covered. plans and actual savings vary. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE for more information. Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. The prime Parisian pâtissière with Bouillon. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
I felt like the environment's a very special thing in that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Welcome, aloha. Thanks so much for joining us on ThinkTech Hawaii. And today we've actually got two of the leading and most experienced attorneys in mass claims, class action claims in Hawaii to talk with us about the Maui wildfire situation. We've got Ilana Waxman of the Gallagher de Robertis and Waxman firm. Ilana's actually from Maui, a lot of history there. And Mark Davis, founder and senior partner at Davis Levin Livingston. And both of Ilana and Mark have done a great deal of work in victim representation, in victim relief and compensation work for large mass claims and class claims, as well as individuals. So welcome. Hey, Ilana, Mark, Ilana, you want to start us off and kind of put this in context? Tell us a little bit about Lahaina, and what makes it unique.
Yeah, so Lahaina, as many of you may know, Lahaina was the ancient or the original capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii. It is an incredibly historic town, and the community, so it's a very historic plantation community. It's a multi-generational community. It's an immigrant community, and it is a town that has just absolutely been devastated. The scope of the loss is hard to put into words.
So just in a nutshell, the history, tradition, culture of Lahaina, how would you characterize that?
You know, it's a place with very, very deep roots in the Native Hawaiian community. It's a place with history in terms of missionaries, in terms of the whaling days, in terms of plantations, and now tourism.
Okay. And Mark, your thoughts? I'm sure you spent a great deal of time on Maui and with Maui clients as well.
Well, I think that what is rather unique and kind of devastating about this whole experience for Ilana and I, who basically spend our careers dealing with individuals who have had catastrophic experiences in their lives, and you know, and as you can imagine, day by day we hear, you know, all sorts of extraordinary stories that are quite devastating. But in this particular case, you know, what's been going on the past 30 days, in which, you know, our phones have been from morning till night, hearing one, you know, terrible story after another, you just can't help but be very touched and moved by the drama and the devastation that occurred there. And I think for many of us who are in this world of attempting to represent clients, this feels quite different. You know, this is personal. You know, it's not simply an objective evaluation of cases. It's, you know, I think we're just struck by this kind of intangible aspiration to try to do what we can for these people. And, it's been you know, quite an emotional experience for not only the people that suffered it, but also all of us who are involved in trying to do something that is, you know, constructive.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So, hey, Ilana, we know that this is a pervasively damaging disaster. Housing, healthcare, loss of income, schools and education, transportation, literally every aspect of daily life, and destruction of the records and information resources that people would need to be able to even deal with any of those losses, much less all of them. So what do we here
for relief and recovery as the highest priorities in your perspective?
Well, I mean, it's multifaceted. I would say that obviously the highest priority right now is people to get long-term shelter, housing, but also, yes, replacing documents that have been lost, identification.
Yeah. And we're having a few issues with your connection, unfortunately, but I'm sure other areas, loss of income, employment, those things. So what can attorneys do to help?
Well, I think that, there's, I mean, we try and in situations there's a look at the, recovery of damages that, tends to assist in the recovery of losses and so on. But it's not always that easy, because to me, there's a multi-level of needs that are required in this thing. And so as Alana out, there are issues that are compelling issues with regard to shelter, and food, and clean water, and replacement of documents, and identifying the survivors, all of which is the front lines of trying to have the first step in moving towards some level of recovery. And then, of course, level is to make a way in which people are compensated for their losses. It's not certainly an easy issue. It's not something that's totally clear. And as you are well aware from the media, that there are multiple investigations going on with regard to trying to answer the question, why did this happen? And of course, in any situation like that, there's always lots of finger pointing, and but a lot of energy and resources being placed into that investigation. And of course, the issue, which is perhaps looming over, is whether ever there's going to be adequate resources, to compensate these folks in a manner that is appropriate or a indication. And of course, those of us who are looking at this from 30,000 feet, we're just trying to take a look at the broad approach. And I think to some extent the governor has voiced the same views, is that that's going to be an extraordinary challenge.
So Ilana, what are you seeing and hearing from people on Maui as their top priority concerns?
I mean, as you said, jobs and income, but housing is the number one concern. People are very afraid that they're going to lose their entire community, that Lahaina is going to become, but another Waikiki, that the sort of multi-generational Native Hawaiian working class community that has been there for the last couple of years is going to be replaced by fancy condos and luxury housing developments, because it is such valuable real estate and such a beautiful place. And so people really want to make sure that the community as a whole is protected and that people have the opportunity to rebuild. And there are so many layers to that, but as Mark said, that is going to take resources, because this is a community of people who, one of my friends who works at one of the resorts out there, he told me after his guys that he works with, everyone was just scraping by, and now they no more scrapers, they no more nothing. So it's a situation where, really there are a lot of needs, there are mental health needs, but there's a huge need for monetary resources. That's what's going to let people stay and rebuild. So that's a huge priority.
And that's a really important point to understand, is that yeah, monetary relief and support and compensation are critical, but right now people need a place to live, need basic daily living need resources to be met.
And you know, I think in terms of what we can do as lawyers, you know, there's actually the entire infrastructure in Lahaina, and that includes the legal infrastructure, even though you might not think of it that way. You know, there are insurance issues, there are land issues, there are immigration issues, there are family law issues that are coming up in everybody's life because kind of the normal everyday structure are, you know, they don't work anymore because the fire came through, destroyed so much. And so in allowing people to rebuild all of the parts of their lives, really the law plays a very important role throughout. And we as lawyers have a lot of power to help people kind of walk through those different processes.
And that's a really valuable insight, Ilana and Mark. So what do you think need the important considerations and elements of the new model that doesn't repeat the vulnerabilities and the inequity?
Well, I think the community of Lahaina has spoken loud and clear about, you know, the fact that they intend and want to be at the table as a future is mapped out for rebuilding. And I have to, you know, acknowledge that some of our politicians have been, including the President of the United States, has been, you know, receptive and sensitive to that issue. It's easy to kind of speak about these issues because words are cheap, but it seems like that at least the process commences on a common belief that the community of Lahaina must be the masters of their own destiny in terms of how this property is built. I mean, Lahaina had these unique characteristics of having, you know, buildings extended, you know, on pylons out into the harbor, some of the many restaurants on Front Street were just, you know, almost inches from the bay, from the harbor, and all of those things, of course, under existing codes, are not supposed to be rebuilt under the same circumstances. So I think government is a player in that, despite their you know, concerns, setbacks of rebuilding, you know, that exist in normal situations. This is far from normal situation, and perhaps one of the ways the county and others can, you know, contribute to this is recognize that the character of Lahaina to be featured in some shadow of what it was has to count some of these very difficult environmental protection that generally serve to cover all development in the state. So that's a picture that needs to unfold.
You know, and you make a good point, because in addition to helping individuals and groups with compensation, how can lawyers help the community have a voice in the relief, recovery, the rebuilding? Ilana, your thoughts?
Well, I think Mark put it very well when he talked about having the community have a seat at the table. People in Lahaina, especially in the Native Hawaiian community, but the local community generally, there is a feeling that, you know, that they've been displaced and pushed out and not listened to. And I think it is very important to kind of have, you know, the community organizations that have so far really led the relief effort, for them to continue to be represented, you know, in how it's going to be rebuilt. And I think we as attorneys, you know, we have a voice, you know, that might be louder than some of the other members comes to government officials and legal processes, I think if we are very mindful of trying to listen to the community and help make sure that community members' voices are heard, that they do have a say, I think that can be a very important role for attorneys to play. Mark, what are your thoughts?
No, I think you are right. I think, this is only going to happen in any kind of a logical or sane development over a period of time if everybody kind of recognizes that, there has to be a give and take process among all the governmental entities. I think to some extent, the governor, when he was talking about some types of a claims process and that recognized everybody to participate in the process. And I think it's only going to be, as a result, a very unique and difficult collaboration that, and it's going to be divisive, and there will be, disagreements, and there will be people with money who want to invest, and there will be people who, might have contrary viewpoints. It will be a long and difficult process, and Hawaii has had a history of, struggling with these issues like Aloha Stadium and other places like that that are, places for kind of logical, thoughtful redevelopment of all the various interests. So, I think that nobody's got, it's certainly not me, has a magic formula that can, put all the people in. But people need to be heard about their concerns and recognize that there are opposing viewpoints, and the process that, hopefully some of our, cultural approach to Aloha and other things might manifest, a result that is actually thoughtful and constructive.
I think in terms of how the mass torts process and claims process possibly play a role in that. So the idea that the governor has proposed of a claims fund, I don't know what that will look like or how that will work, but I do think, Mark, for us as plaintiff attorneys and claimants attorneys, that really is also an opportunity where, I know we represent a lot of clients who are more working class, they're not necessarily the people who have huge readers or people whose voices are usually heard in these development issues. I think because they are being represented by counsel and they do an important role in this, I think that actually becomes a good place. Not to say that all of our clients will agree about what should be done, but it does give us a chance to represent a lot of different voices in the community.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think the Hawaii, our local lawyers kind of have a unique position in this thing because we are governed not only by doing the best job we can, but we also kind of recognize a cultural and patriotic, a duty to our community, which sometimes may conflict with, how we typically approach these issues. So I think that, from my own personal standpoint, to me, that feels right. That's something that I endorse. And I think that, what we have to do as the local Hawaii bar is to, steer this hordes of lawyers that are used to direction that benefits not only our clients, but also the community and differences that will be, on the table and, part of the issue.
And a really important insight, both of you, that we've seen the disaster, the BP oil spills, we've seen the California wildfires, But in none of those have we really seen the victims' relief and compensation work and funding and process connected with the community relief and recovery. And you've raised the possibility, can Hawaii's lawyers contribute to building and making that connection in this situation?
The lawyers throughout the state, and especially on Maui, have already been an integral part of some of these relief efforts. Fundraising, making donations of tangible goods, and then pro bono services. I've spent a number of days out in the family relief centers in Ka'anapali with a lot of other members of the Maui County Bar, giving people, free legal information. There are legal hotlines that have been happening for the past few weeks, statewide. And yeah, I think there's just a lot that is coming from the legal community.
So, Chuck, you said, can we help? And the answer, as Ilana explained, is that we indeed can. More so, we have to. That's our obligation. And, we spend our lives pursuing claims against third parties. But I think that there's a greater good that overhangs the entire process of the conflict. It's something that many who have lived here our whole lives and have practiced here for all this number of years, compels us to be put as part of the calculus, as we move forward. I was, a million years ago, I was part of what's called the TLC, the Trial Lawyers Care Program for 9/11, and that was a claims fund that the United States government had absolutely, probably no liability whatsoever. Compelled them to, create, and there were, certainly some people who believe that liability claims that might exist for, building deficiencies or other issues. But, to me, the National Bar came together, all 50 states. There were that helped represent some of the victims' plane crash 9/11, and and it got done. And I know it's going to be a very complicated process, but something worth pursuing, I would think.
And you both raised a really good important point, which is that, for decades of work representing victims, victims of injury, harm, damage, loss tend to be from the more vulnerable, the more underserved sectors of the population, and less able to manage their rehabilitation and resiliency without that kind of assistance. And lawyers can play an important role in that. But as you've also pointed out, that group represents a really core part of the heart of the community, whose voice has far too often not been heard, given weight. And this may be an opportunity that you're pointing out for Hawaii's lawyers to try and change that model somewhat, get that voice out front and center. Does that make any sense?
That is my goal. I'm from Maui, born and raised, and I have seen, a lot of people in our community have been pushed out by the high cost of living, and there's been a lot of loss. And Lahaina has been such a resilient and tight-knit community. I want to see it rebuilt in a way that lets it stay local, stay Hawaiian, stay true to Hawaii's roots. And so what I can do for me to make that happen, that is absolutely my.
And I think you make a good point that should we review this as, our responsibility? I think we need to look at it as an opportunity. I think that if the lawyers who are involved on the front lines of these issues talking constantly to clients that have suffered these tremendous losses. We need to do what we can do. What do we do the same thing by virtue of the fact that this is an opportunity to kind of show what we can do and what we should do.
And that's a great point, because you're talking about making that voice, making that influence, making those values and interests a central factor in the relief and the recovery. And how Hawaii lawyers have a unique role and, as you say, responsibility to do that. Are there factors in Hawaii that give that some particular elements of hope?
Well, I mean, my own viewpoint is that, Hawaii has always been a very special place in terms of the bar. It's a place where people know each other. In terms of litigation, like cities, we are remarkably civilized in terms of the way we interact with each other. And the bar is growing. We're not always big, but these are all the factors that kind of lead to a thing that we work together.
Ilana, your perspective?
Yeah, well, I think, as Mark says, Hawaii is a small and tight-knit community, and I don't think there are many people in the state that have not been touched by this disaster. Other people have friends, people have family behind. I think there's a lot of room for creative solutions.
Yeah, and I think you've alluded to another point that you mentioned earlier. I mean, we have people in our leadership here. Chief Justice Rectenwald in the judiciary, the governor, who, as I understand, is consulting with Andy Weiner, who has a history of not only having done work for victims representation, but also former chief of staff for Senator Schatz, and somebody who may help be responsive to putting together that collaborative voice for the far too long vulnerable and underheard. So, any wrap-up thoughts?
Chuck, thank you for starting this conversation or continuing the conversation. I think that's the heart of how we are able to connect each other and consider out of the box alternatives.
I'm just very hopeful that we'll be able to find a way to rebuild Lahaina and make it better.
And Ilana Waxman, Mark Davis, two of the people who, for many years, have been leaders in not only representing victims, but in enabling them to rebuild community connections and resilience. And the importance of exactly that connection is exactly what the two of you do well and have highlighted here. Thank you so much for joining us today. ThinkTech Hawaii, Maui Strong.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19. Or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially if you get COVID. And big bonus, if enough people get vaccinated, everything. Again. No. Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
5 steps to soil sample for the lead testing station. Here is what you'll need: container, digging tool, gloves, and a 1-quart size plastic bag. Step 1. Decide whether you'd like to sample soil from a gardening area or a play area. You may want to take 2 soil samples, 1 from each area. Please keep them in separate bags. Once you select your digging area, it's time to dig. Step 3. Mixing time. Mix your soil well in a clean container and remove any pebbles, rocks, and roots from your soil sample. Step 4. Air dry your soil sample. You can air dry your soil sample in the same container you used, or you can transfer to a cardboard surface to completely dry your sample. Depending on how wet your soil is, drying could take a few hours to a few days, so please plan ahead. Step 5. Pack your soil. Once your soil is completely dry, please transfer 1 to 2 cups of soil into a 1-quart zip-closed bag. Now you're ready for the lead testing station. For more information, visit testforlead.hawaii.gov. See you there.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary we are calling We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles, supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Avoid legal action.
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Assistance.
Wait, if you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, but not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19, or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially after 2. And be It could prevent again.
No.
Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
5 steps to collect your soil sample for the lead testing station. Here is what you'll need: a clean container, digging tool, gloves, and a 1-quart size plastic bag. Step 1. Decide whether you'd like to sample soil from a gardening area or a play area. You may want to take 2 soil samples, one from each area. Please keep them in separate bags. Once you select your digging area, it's time to dig. Step 3. Mixing time. Mix your soil well in a clean container and remove any pebbles, rocks, and roots from your soil sample. Step 4. Air dry your soil sample. You can air dry your soil sample in the same clean container you used, or you can transfer to a cardboard surface to completely dry your sample. Depending on how wet your soil is, drying could take a few hours to a few days, so please plan ahead. Step 5. Pack your soil. Once your soil is completely dry, please transfer 1 to 2 cups of your soil into a 1-quart zip-closed bag. Now you're ready for the lead testing station. For more information, visit testforlead.hawaii.gov. See you there.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "We Only Have So Much Time." We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to: helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance; stopping those who lie and deceive us; removing officials who violate their oaths; recovering our precious democracy; preserving our American moral principles; supporting and saving Eastern Europe; facing down aggressive autocracies; reforming Latin American immigration; protecting Africa from systemic violence; preventing recurrent global pandemics; preparing to deal with new climate tragedies; saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "We Only Have So Much Time." Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician, it and guide